is a presentation of Sertoba Media and Comey Media, Incorporated.
That was one big stomping in South Philly. We'll talk about that and more next on Total Football Talk. Well, how you doing, everybody? And welcome to another edition of Total Football Talk. It's not just me. No. But we're going to give you Total Football Talk the way you love it and the way you desire it. I am one half of this program, Cole Johnson, and I am joined, as always, by the other half of this show. Of course, you call him the Mad Scientist or EP Extraordinaire. The other is called Mr. Commander's Ground Report, Mr. D. Willie in the evening, also called Mr. In or Out. I'm talking about the man with the D. Willie bucks, D. Willie, a.k.a. Drew Willingham. How you doing, my man?
Hey, doing great, brother. We had another interesting weekend of football. Definitely looking forward to getting down to it.
Oh, yeah, I am too. And let's do that with the opening drive.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Break!
So, of course, as we always do, we will introduce who was on buys for this past Sunday, Thursday, or Monday. And that would be the Bills, the Bears, the Raiders, the Vikings, the Giants, and the Ravens. That's right, Buffalo, Chicago, Las Vegas, Minnesota, New York, the Giants, New York, and Baltimore were on buys for this past week. And we will start with the Thursday night affair. It actually was a pretty entertaining game, one where actually you didn't know who was going to win it. It was between the Seahawks and the Cowboys, and it was up and down, and the scoring affair was real nip and tuck until the fourth quarter when both defenses tightened down. The Cowboys eventually ended up beating the Seahawks 41-35. Dak Prescott threw for almost 300 yards on 29 of 41 passing and 3 touchdowns. The offense of the Cowboys got going on the ground with 136 rushing yards. CeeDee Lamb through the air, 12 receptions, 116 yards and a touchdown. And for a losing cause, Geno Smith, 23 of 41 for 334 yards, 3 touchdowns and a pick. DK Metcalf with a wonderful, I think it was a 73-yard touchdown burst, one of 3 touchdowns that he did receive on 6 receptions. And the Seahawks defense, not to be outdone, they put number 4 on the turf 4 times. All right, your thoughts on your arch rival getting a much-needed victory over the Seahawks?
You know, when it comes to this game right here, Geno Smith throwing an interception was a turning point because, it definitely made the difference when it came to the final score. And had the Seahawks ended up pulling out this game right here, I would say that 73-yard touchdown for DK Metcalf would have been the highlight of the game, and definitely could go down as probably one of the top highlights of the game that kept things pretty interesting because that gave them the 7-3 lead at that point, and there were no other scores throughout the game that came even close to being as big time as that play was right there. For the Cowboys to get that win, especially during a weekend when the Eagles got a loss, definitely helps them out in the division, keeps them to where they can still make a push for that division victory right there. But when it comes to the fact that I think the Eagles are going to take it and the Cowboys will still be a wild card team with a really, really good record, this is one of the better Cowboy teams that I've seen since I can remember, that actually I'm not going into the playoffs thinking they're going to get eliminated in the first round. This team is definitely looking like it's a pretty good team. And to do that against the Seahawks team has been on the come up ever since they've been switching around from the Legion of Boom to being more of an offensively sound team. I would say big on the Cowboys to finally get a win against a team that they finally deserve to get a win against.
Yeah. And look, I'll put it this way. The Cowboys, I think, needed to have this type of test at this time of the year. Most people were saying, well, they really haven't been tested. And when they actually have played against teams that have great records, they tank. Well, now the Seahawks may not have the records that the 49ers and the Eagles do. However, they needed to have that stern test. They passed. And it's like what you said. If they have the opportunity to actually have similar games like this, because more than likely, I mean, they still are in contention for the NFC East championship, but more than likely, they'll probably end up with the 5 seed. They will play teams similar to them, like the Saints, the Bucks, or the Falcons, because more than likely, let's be honest, the number 4 seed is going to be the NFC South champion. So they will play a team with similar talent and similar record as the Seahawks. So I think this bodes very well for the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like you had said, they haven't been tested. They hadn't played a team or got a victory over a team that had a record over 500, throughout this whole course of this year. So coming into this game, this was a big test, and the Cowboys definitely lived up to that. We just got to see if it'll remain throughout the remaining 4 to 5 games we have left in this season.
Yeah, I agree. And here's one of the biggest Cowboys fans that I know, V like A3 or Victor Lock or Vicala. He says, I'm in office, tendonitis in my right ankle, and I can barely walk, but I'm still stomping onto the gridiron for Total Football Talk. He says, with the EP of all EPs, Cole Johnson, the big game hunter of Dumpster Pelicans worldwide, Sensei Drew Willingham. We appreciate you, Victor. And you should be proud of your Cowboys. They actually did show up and show out Thursday night. They did a really good job. Now, can they repeat that performance this coming Sunday? We'll talk about that a little later. On to the early Sunday slate, and we'll start with actually another really good game between the Tennessee Titans and the visiting Indianapolis Colts. This game went overtime. This game had 2 block punts, 1 return for a touchdown. It had a pick 2, not a pick 6. It had a missed extra point, and all of that ended up being the Colts in overtime pulling it out over the Titans, 31-28. Gardner Minshew, you'll hear the nickname of him in about a minute or so. 26-42, 312 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a lost fumble. Michael Pittman, again, coming up big, 11 receptions, 105 yards, and a touchdown. Alec Pierce, 3 receptions, 100 yards, and a touchdown. But the big play, though, he had a 54-yarder in overtime to set up the touchdown pass to Pittman to end all affairs in overtime. The Colts defense gave you 6 sacks with Samson Ebukam with 2 and Kwity Paye with 2 as well. On the losing end, Derrick Henry, 21 carries, 102 yards and 2 touchdowns. And that 102 yards on the ground gave the Titans 177, or was a part of a 177-yard rushing attack on the ground, with Will Levis not doing all that well, 16-33, 224 yards and a touchdown. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
Looking at this, and the nickname is going to come up, Uncle Rico. Looking at how he's playing, he's led this team. It hasn't been pretty, but he's led this team to 3 straight wins, and now they are 2 games above 500. When they started that winning streak, they were a game under 500. They were 4-5. Now they are 7-5 after 3 straight wins, and are doing things that people didn't think would be possible with a Uncle Rico-led team. Now, looking at this game, the Tennessee Titans punted the ball 7 times and had 9 penalties for 74 yards. I think we need to speak more on the fact of the amount of penalties and the fact that it killed them in this Titans game.
Certainly did.
Because, besides that, they had 2 fumbles they lost. The Colts lost 2 fumbles, but when the Titans lose the game, when they had a time of possession more than the Colts by almost 10 minutes, they couldn't convert on 4th down. 3rd downs, they were doing a little bit better than the Colts, but it was still a little sloppy. When you have more 1st downs, more rushing yards, and you're gaining more total yards altogether, I think the biggest thing that speaks testament here is the amount of turnovers for one, the penalties, and the fact that you just couldn't, convert 1st downs on enough of a regular basis to where you were punting the ball more than the other team. Because Uncle Rico wasn't really outplaying Will Levis to a huge major point, except for the fact that, the man had 312 yards, 2 touchdowns, didn't throw any picks. But Will Levis still completed, half of his passes, threw for almost 225 yards and a touchdown. Derrick Henry also, how often do we see him get 102 yards and 2 touchdowns and they don't win the game? Usually when he rushes for 75 to 80 plus yards, the Titans are guaranteed a victory. It's what it seemed like for so many years until he became more humanized over the past couple of years. So looking at this right here, looking at the penalties, looking at the lack of 1st down conversions, I would have to say that played a big part in the fact that the Titans got the loss here and that Uncle Rico led the Colts to a 3rd straight win as a result.
Oh, Lord. Why the heck this man calls him Uncle Rico? Yeah. And of course, for me, it hurt me because for one of the rare occasions I had to root for the Titans. Reason being is I am a Texans fan, and if the Colts were to lose the game, the Texans would leapfrog over the Colts into basically where they are in the playoff positioning. However, that did not happen. Again, the Titans disappoint me. I hate the Titans. Again. Lord. And I was feeling really good about this. Now I look at the next game, and the Los Angeles Chargers and the game, if 6-0, 6-0. We actually had a football game where people would say, well, it's going back to the 40s. 6-0 was your final score. The Chargers over the Patriots. Both teams should be ashamed of themselves of that performance. Justin Herbert, 22-37, 212 yards. Chargers defense gave you 5 sacks, with Khalil Mack gave you 2 of them. The Patriots offense gave you 148 on the ground. And actually, Ezekiel Elliott had a really good showing. Bailey Zappi, he actually did something that Mac Jones did not do, was throw a pick, although he was only 13 25, 141 yards. Whatever you have to say about this, please enlighten me, because this game absolutely sucked.
Cole Johnson, you said some people were saying that we were taking us back to the 40s.
Yes.
If I recall. So back in the 40s, they had 14 carries for 18 yards, like Wrestler did. I don't want to watch football back in the 40s if that's the type of stats that they had, because that was absolutely terrible. I mean, the fact that one Cole Johnson's going to sit up here and talk about the fact that Zeke had a great game on 17 carries for 52 yards, averaging 3 yards per carry. Like, that's sad. That's sad.
Yes.
So, for him to be the leading rusher with those type of numbers, it's pretty bad. I've been coming down on other running backs who've been barely cracking 40 and 50 yards during these games and throwing shade on them. And Cole starts this out by saying, great job, Zeke, on your 17 carries and 52 yards, because that was the highlight of the 6-0 game.
Thank you.
Looking back on this right here, between that and the illustrious 14 carries for 18 yards, this game was an absolute snooze fest. It's something that I don't recommend going back and watching at any point throughout this week. You didn't miss anything. I mean,
didn't miss a thing.
Besides Herbert throwing 212 yards, which, wasn't terrible, but he just couldn't get the ball in the end zone.
Right.
It's time for Brandon Staley to go more than likely. I mean, they are only 2 games under 500, but it's not looking good with the remaining month left of the season. They need to make some changes over there in Los Angeles in more ways than just the Chargers, and it'll be interesting to see how that goes and takes place throughout this offseason.
And it's funny you say that because if you're the Chargers, you're facing down the fact you have to deal with a Broncos team that is desperate for a playoff spot, and we'll talk about their fate a little later. And a Chiefs team, and we'll talk about their fate a little later, that's going to be even more desperate to hang on to being the AFC West's kingpin. So the road for the Chargers is not going to be pretty. It is not going to be pretty at all. And calling this game bull and shoe ugly is not good enough. Basically, that game in Foxbourgh was that thing was a straight up dumpster fire. God, that was horrible. That game is an insult to football fans everywhere. 6 to freaking nothing. Lord have mercy. Okay, to a better game, thankfully. The Lions and the Saints. The Lions basically had control of this game. The Saints tried to make it interesting, but they could not pull it off. The victory goes to the Lions, 33-28. Jared Goff settling down from, I guess you could say, a helter-skelter performance in Thanksgiving. 16-25 and 213 yards, 2 touchdowns. The Lions offense gave you 142 yards on the ground. Sam Laporta, the rookie tight end. I guess this is why TJ Hawkinson had to leave, because they felt as though they had someone else waiting in the wings. 9 receptions, 140 yards and a touchdown for him. Chris Olave for the other side, 5 receptions, 119 yards. And Derek Carr, 17-22, 226 yards, a touchdown, an interception, a lost fumble. And he was also knocked out of the game. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
The Saints need a franchise quarterback.
100%. Yes.
It is not working out with Derek Carr. And even though he was in the game for the majority of the game, even though, the Saints team is only 2 games under 500 at this point, you had a chance to be at 500 with this game, and it was close. I mean, you only lost by 5, but the Man Campbell-led Detroit Lions, who are now 9-3, are definitely proven each and every week that they are a team to be reckoned with within the NFC. But the biggest thing for the Saints is they're not a bad team. They are not a bad team, but they need a leader at quarterback. It is not working out with the Derek Carr experiment. It is time to make some moves during this offseason, because with him getting banged up, we saw a lot of that happening with the Raiders, and he's only been in New Orleans for this year, and he's already been banged up enough, and we're only 3/4 of the way through the season, and you still have a chance to potentially make the playoffs, and then you come into a game like this and lose this way, and you have to turn to Jameis. It's just not looking good. Taysom Hill is still that gadget player. He's not going to be a lead quarterback. Jameis is obviously someone you don't trust in, because had that been the case, you would have turned it over to him 2 years ago when Drew Brees retired. So looking at it that way, the fact that you bring Derek Carr in here and things are going the way that they are, you'd be better off bringing David Carr out of retirement at this point than what you've got going on there with younger brother Derek.
You are not lying there, because that is what the Saints are missing. And if they actually had that franchise quarterback, the NFC South would not even be in discussion. It would be the Saints. It would be the Saints' division to lose. But I think they overestimated the value of one Derek Carr. Not saying he's a bad quarterback, but he just has proven he's not a leader as one. And it's unfortunate, but that's their fate. And now they are hanging on for dear life. And they better hope the last game of the season, which I believe is at home against the Falcons, actually is for the title. It's looking like they will be surrendering that fate before that game gets there. But we shall see. There's still more football ahead. The Falcons and the Jets, they had a wonderful game. It was one for Rembrandt to paint. Let's stop kidding ourselves. 13-8 was the final score. That thing was hell horrible. The Falcons defense gave you 3 sacks with Bud Dupree, giving you 2 of them. Hey, a Bud Dupree sighting. It's good to see you, formerly of the Steelers and the Titans, and I think of the Chargers too. It's good that you now have appeared as a Falcon. Sorry. Jets offense, they gave you 197 passing yards. They just couldn't give you too many quarterbacks that could actually stay on the field and perform. The Jets defense gave you 3 sacks, with Quentin Jefferson giving you 1.5, and Jermaine Johnson giving the other sack and a half. What are your thoughts on this wonderful game where both teams combined to give you 3 touchdowns?
When I'm watching this game right here, this is the first thing that came to my mind.
Now, that is absurd.
It was absolutely terrible watching this game.
Yeah.
And even Charles Barkley came around the corner and said this.
That's terrible.
The Jets, if they think that bringing back Aaron Rodgers in the next week or 2 is going to be great for this team.
Stop it. Get some help.
And we'll get into that more later. But when it comes to this situation right here, looking at this team, look at how Joe Flacco played for the Cleveland Browns this past weekend, okay? He did okay. And had he had that kind of protection in New York, we could have seen better things. Now, Aaron Rodgers should study that situation a little bit more in depth and should have studied that before he made the ultimate decision to leave Green Bay and come here to New York because, look at what Joe Flacco's doing with the Cleveland Browns, and you come to the New York Jets in 4 plays, then you're getting banged up. So right. If you're Aaron Rodgers, it would be wise to – it's cool to see you've made this type of comeback that you have to this point. Take that for the win that it is. But take this offseason, help this team get restructured on the offensive line to set you up for more success next year and for the year after that if you decide to play an extra year following your 40th year.
That is a must for him. I totally agree with that. He needs to have the assurance that offensive line is going to be there for him. And I would say that even if he was 30, forget he'll be 40. Like he's 40 now. Forget that. That assurance that offensive line is actually going to be there for him, that is something it's a must for him, period. I agree with you. Ryan McCarthy, who is a huge Jets fan, he says, "Good morning, gentlemen. The Falcons-Jets game was painted all right, but it was painted with poo."
That's what I was about to say. I had a thought of South Park and Mr. Hanky dancing around the bathroom, and then all you see is little poo marks all over the bathroom. Like, that's what came to my mind when I was reading this comment.
Victor says, look, and he's a Cowboys fan. He says, look, the Cowboys-Seahawks game was great, but I'm still worried what's going to happen with them because an Red Eagles team is coming to town. Well, we'll talk about that, of course, in the featured attractions portion of the show. Ryan goes on to say, breaking news. I'm sorry. Okay. The New York Jets offense has been placed on the federal missing persons registry. It has been missing since week 7 of the regular season. Yeah, well, I agree. Ever since the win they had against the Eagles, you can forget about how that offense is operated because it has been the defense has to do all the work or the game is on down the toilet. And it's unfortunate because that defensive effort is getting wasted. And no, I'm not talking about drunk. But it's unfortunate for that team because, they are. I'm sorry, I'm about to do what I'm about to do. This isn't because I want to poke fun at you, clown you, Mr. Willingham. But your Commanders are 45-15. The game in Landover between themselves and the Dolphins took place Sunday. The game really wasn't even that close. Tua Tagovailoa had a decent game, 18-24, 280 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Dolphins offense, they only got 123 yards on the ground, so it wasn't devastating, but it was good enough. Tyreek Hill gave you 157 yards on 5 receptions and 2 touchdowns, and 1 good touchdown dance celebration. Sam Howell of the Commanders, 12 of 23, 127 yards and an interception. But the Commanders obviously gave you 138 yards on the ground, and in a moment of celebration, the offensive line only allowed Howell to be put to the turf 3 times. So we can celebrate something. Your thoughts on the Dolphins-Commanders game, sir?
That's terrible.
That's the first thing that I'm going to think about. And overall, let me start with this.
Let me talk to you.
I am not going to run away from this right here, as I've not run away from any criticism all year long. Yeah, I might have put my foot in my mouth with how they were going to start the season against the Giants, and some people might want to label me as being disrespectful. No, it was just an educated guess, and obviously I was felt just a little short of being educated as I made the wrong guess. Okay, but in this situation right here, if we go back to last week, you can recall that I laid the smack it down on the Commanders and said they were going to lose this game to the Dolphins because you would have to drug test me for like methamphetamines or crack or something if I was going to come up here last week and say that it was going to be the other way around and the Commanders were going to beat the Dolphins 45-15, coming off of that 45-10 loss on Thanksgiving that they had faced against the Cowboys. Now, good job for the Commanders for only losing by 5 less points this week. You lost 45-10 to the Cowboys. You lost 45-15 this week. Great job. Great job for only letting Sammy go to the ground 3 times on sacks. But overall, this team definitely needs to make a lot of moves this offseason. Letting go of Jack Del Rio just wasn't enough. Giving the play calling duties to Ron Rivera and his assistants for defense definitely only gave you 5 more points or prevented you from giving up 5 more points. Well, technically, your offense got 5 more points. You still gave up the same amount of points you did the week before.
Yeah, you still scored 45 points.
So with or without Jack Del Rio, you would have given up 45 points. Well, actually, maybe with Jack Del Rio yesterday, you might have given up more. But hey, you still gave up the same amount of points than you did the week before. There's not much to get excited about for this Commanders team, except for the fact that Sam Howell is still healthy. I'm going to throw that out there, considering the fact of how many hits the man has taken this year. It's remarkable that he's still standing tall in the fourth quarter, doing what he's doing. And the numbers aren't, big time numbers from what we were accustomed to see in the first few games, the first 6 weeks of the season or so, where he was throwing up 300-yard games. But overall, I'm still happy with this kid. It's not his fault for what's happening. He just has a lot of dumpster fire pieces around him. And I still look forward to seeing what happens in either 2024 or 2025, because this team's going to do something special as far as getting better. I'm not going to sit here and say Super Bowl in the next few years, but they're going to be a completely different team by 2025 to 2026.
Even though let me give the Dolphins their flowers first. Kudos to you guys for actually recognizing that you had an inferior opponent and you put the foot on their throat early and you kept it there until the end of the game. That is what a Super Bowl contender should do with a team like the Commanders. Not saying that I'm insulting them. I'm just saying a team that you know that you are better than, even on the road, you're supposed to make them feel as though they have no shot at all. And you did a great job of that. Kudos to you, Dolphins. And you played your game, and you still had a stifling way of saying to the Commanders, this game is not yours, from opening kickoff. For the Commanders, I will say this. Well, you definitely heard signs, and I have too, of defensively, this ship is about to go down like the Titanic real fast. But you have, and I think you said it best, you have a piece. I will say this, even in this 30-point loss, following a 35-point loss 11 days prior, you actually have a piece to build around the Sam Howell. And I can clown on his name and say, Sam Howell all day and night long. This guy actually can be the piece that can bring you prosperity in the future. And he has signs of you've shown it even this season. If you can build properly around him, I like the Commanders' chances. I actually do.
Even though Kyle Nash came onto our show, and he's been on his show and other shows and has said that, you know, Sam Howell has 2 L's in his name that stands for loss, for deficits. And I'm like, well, he says that joke. And he also says that Sam Howell's wins this year, whether they've been, you know, game wins or like individual wins, have only come from the fact that Eric Bieniemy has been his coach this year. And I keep throwing that down each and every time. He might be improved because of Eric Bieniemy, but we already saw flashes of this last year when he played the Cowboys in Week 18. And I cannot stress that enough because he led them to a win there. It wasn't 100% pretty, but he still got the job done better than any quarterback we had in the past few seasons leading up to that point, since we lost Kirk Cousins. So looking at this situation right here, I'm happy with what we have at the quarterback position. I'm just not necessarily happy with outside of Terry McLaurin and maybe Jordan Reed. I'm not really happy with the rest of the pieces around him. They need to make improvements because Antonio Gibson's not getting it done. Rodriguez, Rodriguez doing okay as a running back, but we need better than okay. But we need an actual okay offensive lineman before we can worry about anything else.
Yeah, I was going to say one thing. One of the big time disappointments would be Antonio Gibson. I was going to say you just need that bell cow of a running back, and he is falling short of that expectation, and it's unfortunate.
But I can't get so mad at Antonio Gibson because that's more so on the coaching staff. Because when he came into the league, he was known more as a wide receiver at Liberty. They converted him from wide receiver to running back. So he's doing the best he can in a position that he didn't really play a whole lot of growing up until he became a professional. So I put that more on the Washington team for underutilizing him. He may have been better as, you know, a slot receiver than putting him in as a running back. So I test that more on the coaching staff than I do Antonio Gibson, but there's still negative drawbacks that we're seeing from that move, and that's why I had to make that point.
Yeah, and that's a great point because I agree with you. They need to find somebody that can actually tote the rock for them that's reliable, and they haven't found that guy yet. But they need to find that so you can protect number 14 because he needs that protection sorely. Otherwise, you might create another David Carr this time in Washington, D.C. And that is something you shouldn't want.
If they make the trade for old Belichick, they need to throw one person into that trade. I will only accept that trade under one condition, Cole. Ramondre Stevenson. If he comes along in that trade package, would you accept that? Because then you only have to deal with the hoodie for 1 year, then his contract expires, but you still have Ramondre Stevenson after that. At least you deal with the hoodie for 1 year until his contract expires, and you get Ramondre Stevenson. I mean, to me, I feel that's a pretty good trade. I will endorse that trade if they bring him along with them.
You probably endorse it, and then you'll endure it because you'd have to, like you said, you have to deal with probably one of the most dull people that you'll ever see. Well, one of the most dull people on camera that you'll ever see because I hear he's a barrel ass off it. But
hey, if we could have a 1 year turnaround like they did when Vince Lombardi became the coach back in the 60s, I would have to say I'll endure that 1 year of negative media attention for that
1970 season. Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. Well, that might be what calls for the situation. Super Bowl winning head coach coming to DC to legitimize the franchise. It's a thought. But Bill Belichick, though, ugh.
Only for Ramondre Stevenson, I will sign off on.
Okay. Now I agree. The Ramondre Stevenson portion, he's a better back than that Washington's ever that Washington's had since
Portis.
I was going to say since Clinton Portis.
Yeah,
I was actually going to say that since Clinton Portis.
So that would be the only way I will endorse that trade, is if Ramondre Stevenson's part of that package.
All right. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm with that, but Belichick. All right. From DC down to H-Town as the Texans hosted the Broncos. It actually was a nip-and-tuck game for a brief moment. Texas took control. The Broncos fought back strong. However, the Broncos fell short with an interception that was thrown a little too short with 9 seconds to go in the game, sealing the 22-17 victory for the Texans, ending the Broncos' 5-game winning streak. CJ Stroud still is on a tear, 16-27, 274 yards and a touchdown. Nico Collins, 9 receptions, 191 yards and a touchdown. We'll touch on this game in the GRIDIRON Scoop too. The Texas defense, 3 sacks with Will Anderson Jr., the other draft pick that they got in the 2023 draft. 2 sacks on the day. 3 picks for the defense as well, with Derek Stingley giving you 2 of those 3 picks. And on the other end, Russell Wilson, 15-26, 186 yards, a touchdown, and not 1, not 2, but 3 of those picks. Again, the last one preventing the comeback for the Broncos. Your thoughts, sir?
This game was not pretty. It was
not pretty
overall for either team.
No, it wasn't.
Because even though CJ Stroud did very well as far as not turning the ball over, the amount of passing yards this kid had, he had 274 yards and a touchdown on 16-27 attempts. That's pretty good. Yeah. But the fact that Russell Wilson threw for 3 interceptions and you only won by 5 points, that's not good. No. Because the biggest thing that hurt your team right there in the Houston Texans there, Cole, was the fact that they had 8 penalties for 81 yards. That right there, and it speaks volumes. When you have that many penalty yards on that many penalties right there, it's going to affect you into this point to where you kept the Broncos lingering around on a 5-point win, when Russell Wilson, normally when he throws 3 interceptions, they're losing by 17-21 points. So when I think about all that, you got some things you need to address between now and the playoffs, because you're definitely going to make the playoffs, in my opinion, if you keep playing the way that you are, because you're 2 games over 500 with 5 games left to go. So looking at this situation right here, it's still looking good for the Texans, but you've got to address those issues that are bringing those penalties, the holding calls, the false starts, whatever the case may be, that you need to address between now and the first week of the playoffs, because the Denver Broncos have been a team that's been climbing their way back into contention, or at least to having a 500 record,
right,
and doing a decent job at this point in the year considering how they started. But when I think about how they played yesterday, they didn't deserve to be within 5 points of taking the lead yesterday when the clock hit 0, and it's all based on the fact that Russell Wilson had another underwhelming game, which isn't new. But when you have that many penalties and you're punting the ball more than the other team as well, those 2 factors right there alone, you kind of deserve to lose if it was against any other team. But the fact the Broncos threw 3 interceptions by that one quarterback, it kind of saved you right there.
You hit the nail on the head as to why I'm not overly excited about this victory. Couple that with the game they played last Sunday against the Jaguars, where I counted they had not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 third down opportunities where they actually was able to, I guess you could say, put the team in the position to get the Jaguars off the field, but you had 3 pass interference calls and a holding call continue those drives. And this is something that the Texans need to button up. Otherwise, they are going to either make the playoffs and, play a team like the Dolphins or the Ravens, and they just simply blow them completely out the water, or they'll miss the playoffs because they'll make that key mistake when they shouldn't. And I agree with you. If you get your opposing quarterback to turn the ball over 3 times, whether it's 3 picks, 2 picks and a fumble, a pick and 2 fumbles, or 3 fumbles, if you can get the QB of the opposing side to turn the ball over that many times, but you only win by 5, that is a problem. I agree with you. They have to tighten it up. And I'm happy they're 7-5. Did I think they'd be 7-5? I'm sorry. I can't answer this question.
Hey, I mean, just to be, for your team, at least, I know you appreciate this. I know you appreciate being at this point in the season, and you're 7-5, and then we're actually talking about playoffs for the Texans, and if they only have some small things to fix to be where they need to be. I mean, you're not like the team we just talked about being my team and having all these problems that you have. So at least your problems that you have are manageable. But definitely, like you were saying, like I was saying, something that you cannot get excited about. And it'll definitely be a game that, even though you're glad to get the win, it's still a humbling win.
Right. 100. It is. I mean, I'm proud that the Texans are 7-5 because I did not think they would be there. I did not think they'd win 7 games this year. I thought maybe 6 at the most, but they won 7. And they're knocking on the door to a playoff bid. Can I say that I'm upset? No. and it's quite possible they could be the number 5 seed. Actually, it's quite possible they could be the number 4 because they actually still are in contention to win the AFC South. We'll, of course, touch on that a little later too. But I should be happier, but that performance just tempers it a lot for me. I agree with you. I agree with you there. To the late Sunday games we go. The Buccaneers hosting the Panthers. 21-18 was the final score. The Buccaneers boring their way to beat the Panthers. And this will get my partner to operate as he always does, because he'll get to throw the name that I love, the nickname that I love of his. Baker Mayfield, 14-29, 202 yards, a touchdown, and an INT. The offense of the Buccaneers, they gave you 128 rushing yards, with Rachaad White giving 84 of them and a touchdown. Mike Evans was the star of the game, 162 yards on 7 receptions and a touchdown. Buccaneers defense, not to be outdone, 4 sacks. And the number 1 overall pick for this year, Bryce Young, 15-31, 178 yards and an INT. Chuba Hubbard, though, there's a Chuba Hubbard sighting. 25 carries, 104 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Your thoughts on this game, sir?
Oh, it's coming. Bunker Stayfield.
What?
Oh, you know it's coming, Bunker Stayfield.
What?
He just came into this game against his former team and bunkered it up.
What?
Oh!
Yeah.
If any of you actually enjoyed watching this game on Sunday,
Stop it. Get some help.
oh, because you know.
I think I got my swagger back.
But neither one of those two teams got their swagger back in this game, because looking at what happened, I mean, you broke down the stats. Let's break down the highlights, okay?
Please.
The 1-yard run by Rachaad White in the first quarter to give the Buccaneers the 7-0 lead, followed by a 23-yard field goal by the Panthers field goal kicker to make it a 7-3 lead. Or 7-3 lead for the Buccaneers still. Okay, going into halftime, it was still 7-3, a whopping 7-3 score going into halftime. Coming into the third quarter, Chuba Hubbard with that 1-yard run that you were talking about brought it 10-7. The biggest highlight of the game which arguably the biggest highlight of the game was a 75-yard touchdown to Mike Evans. Okay. Other than that, you could have taken a nap for the other 59 and a half minutes of this game, because that was the only thing you really needed to watch in this game. And that was more so on what Mike Evans did than when Bunker Mayfield. A blind cat could have thrown that ball to Mike Evans, and he still would have caught that thing and taken it for a 75-yard touchdown. Now, following it up to kind of put the icing on the cake, because when Mike Evans scored that touchdown, it was still only a 4-point game. It was only 14-10. Chris Godwin had that 19-yard run to make it 21-10. And then Chuba Hubbard with the 1-yard touchdown run with the 2-point conversion by Bryce Young that made it 21-18 with 5 minutes left in the game. And of course, nothing of importance happened for the remaining 5 minutes of the game, which brought us to the Bunker Stayfield-led Buccaneers getting the victory. Now, looking at what Bunker did with the Panthers, you can't really blame Bunker for that, because looking at what the Panthers are doing this year, they are not playing any better than what they did when Bunker Mayfield was there, as they are now 1-11 without a head coach they started the year with, and things are not looking good at all. Now, Bunker Mayfield, are you going to be an MVP this season?
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
Somebody actually told me about a month or so ago they could see Bunker Mayfield ending the season in the top 5 of the MVP.
What?
It's definitely about to go off the reel. Because now you see Bunker Mayfield, he's the 7th dumpster pelican laying underneath that bag of Food Lion trash in the background.
What?
Absolutely.
What?
I told you it was about to go off the rail.
What?
Cole psyched me up for the Bunker Stayfield nickname.
Yeah. Yeah.
To the point that even if we were on national TV, they wouldn't do this to me.
Yeah.
Because the only person that would feel that way would be a fan of the team led by Bunker Stayfield.
You can't handle the truth.
Now, come on, guys. When it comes to this team right here, if you are a fan of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, looking at how they've been playing this year, they're 5-7. Tom Brady's not coming out of retirement. And even if he did, you would play just like this man would say you're playing.
That's terrible.
Because when you're only winning 21-18, and a 1-10 team at that point has the opportunity to beat you.
What?
A 1-10 team had an opportunity to beat you.
That's terrible.
Absolutely. So looking at this situation right here, bad on Bunker Stayfield for how he was playing, bad on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for what they did in this game, because the Carolina Panthers are not of their caliber and did not deserve to be in this game with them, because the Buccaneers could be 4-8 technically if they would have lost to the then 1-10 team, and they could be 2-10. But luckily it didn't happen that way. Well, just think about how close it came. And watching this game, I wanted to take a spork, a plastic spork, and melt it down just enough to where it was just ooey gooey hot, to where it would melt and touch, and stick it into my eyeballs because of how bad this game was. That's how I felt in this moment watching this game. And that's what I have to say about that.
Oh my gosh. Oh Lord, and I thought I escaped the mentality rant by doing TFT, and I get this gem. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, bravo, sir. Oh my goodness. I should have known that was gonna come. I should have known. I should have known. The Rams and the Browns, Lord. Bunker Stayfield. Okay.
It's going to stick up there all day.
Yeah. The Rams hosting the Browns. I know one of our brothers in Playmaker was happy with this result. 36-19. The Rams beat the Browns. The game really wasn't this lopsided. It actually got away from the Browns late. But still, you had decent performances, like one from Matthew Stafford, 22-37, 279 yards, 3 touchdowns. Kyren Williams, 21 carries for 88 yards. Puka Nacua, the rookie wide receiver for the Rams, 4 receptions, 105 yards and a touchdown. He actually went over 1,000 yards, and if I'm not mistaken, I think he now is the first Rams wide receiver as a rookie to get over 1,000 yards in a season. And Joe Flacco of a losing Browns, 23 of 44, 254 yards, 2 touchdowns, pretty decent, but a pick. And he got sacked for a safety. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, looking at this game right here, it was definitely, like you said, it was closer of a game than when we got to the fourth quarter. Because when we got to the fourth quarter, even at the midway point, the Browns had a chance to tie the game up, but they missed the conversion, and they were down 20-19, and then the Rams scored, 16 unanswered points. So talking about this earlier, we were talking about the Jets and how ugly of a game that was. This game wasn't like on that caliber, but it speaks volumes when I'm talking earlier about the fact that Joe Flacco and the amount of time he had back there standing in the pocket and the throws and the plays that he was making. I mean, besides the one interception, he played a solid game. I mean, he didn't complete as many passes as I would like for him to complete with the amount of weapons that he had. He was 23 or 44. But he had 254 yards, 2 touchdowns, besides that one interception and barely completing, half of his passes, or not even completing half of his passes. Looking at that, no, he did. He barely completed half of his passes. Looking at the amount of yards that he converted and the touchdowns, I can't get mad at him for coming off the street, for literally coming off the couch within the past few weeks, joining a new team, not playing at all this season, and doing what he did for this team to keep them relatively close until the fourth quarter. Hats off to Joe Flacco for living up to the hype for what he put on himself, for saying that he could still play football, because putting him in the right situation, he can. I can't really blame the loss on the Browns, as I would say it looks like the coaching on the side of Sean McVay definitely helped this team. And, of course, Kyren Williams and Cooper Kupp, who were making some noise in the fourth quarter, along with the fact that they got a safety on the Browns, but I put that more on the positioning of where the ball was at that point. Watching this game on NFL Red Zone, seeing the things that I saw in there, I was happy with it, because when you look at the overall numbers, the Browns, in some cases, I feel like they deserved to win the game before the fourth quarter even happened.
I agree.
But when we get to the end of it, though, the biggest thing that killed them was the fact that they had 7 penalties for 86 yards. The other team, the Rams, had 7 penalties for 45 yards. But, they had twice as many yards that were going against them for the penalties that they had, which will definitely affect you when you're the Browns. And the Browns had even almost 10 more minutes of time of possession, Cole. So when you think about the fact that when a team has the ball for more time in a game, 9 times out of 10 that they're going to win that game.
Right.
And usually when it comes to the interception that he threw, the penalties, you add those things together, and the fact you had to punt the ball 5 times, all those things wrapped up into one, it definitely doesn't have a recipe for success in a game. So I can see why the Browns lost, but it's not like it's a game like the Jets where I literally want to stab my eyes out with a melted spork.
Gosh. The melted spork. Oh my goodness. Well, the Browns, unfortunately, fall into now a 4-way tie with the Steelers, the Colts, and the Texans at 7-5. Meanwhile, the Rams are in a 6-6 battle with the Vikings in the NFC, with the Vikings, and we'll talk about the Packers, and also the Seahawks. So it looks like both teams will have to wade through a lot of water before they actually can say we are in the playoffs. but I think both teams are going to be playing games similar to this in the future too. But the Browns got to clean that up. I agree. They cannot, and this is what they want to do. This is the formula for their success. They want to own time of possession. They want to make as few mistakes as they possibly can with the ball. And unfortunately, Flacco did throw a pick. And they want their defense to be the playmakers that they are. The only thing they could not do was get a strong running game together. That is the only failing that the Browns had in this game. Otherwise, yes, I think the Browns would have won this game. But yes, penalties and the fact that they did not execute. A lot of the Rams who, well, if you let a team hang around long enough, they will take advantage. They did. And the Rams won. Congratulations to the Rams. To the Browns, I hope you can stay afloat in the 75 waters in the AFC. And will you even have a shot at the AFC North crown? Who knows? The 49ers and the Eagles. Well, I mean, I could call this game... dumpster pelican worthy. I actually could call this game but basically it really isn't none of those things. It really was a straight up old-fashioned mollywhopping as the 49ers beat down, decimated, destroyed, and disassembled the Eagles 42-19. Brock Purdy could not have played this game more perfect. 19-27, 314 yards, and 4 touchdowns. The 49ers offense was humming with 146 yards on the ground. Christian McCaffrey getting 93 of them on the ground with a touchdown on 17 carries. He also chipped in with 3 receptions for 40 yards in the air. Deebo Samuel also chipped in for 22 yards on the ground himself with a 14-yard touchdown on 3 carries. He also threw the air 4 receptions, 116 yards, and gave you 2 touchdowns. Oh, Javon Kinlaw of the 49ers, he gave you 2 sacks on the day as well. As for Jalen Hurts, who received a whole lot of MVP platitudes, it took a hit Sunday. 26-45, 298 yards, a touchdown, 17 carries, 20 yards on a touchdown, and he had to, in this game, leave for concussion precautions, but ultimately he did not. He came back in the game. A.J. Brown, 8 receptions, 114 yards. Devontae Smith, 9 receptions for 96 yards and a touchdown. The stat of this game, the 49ers, after they simply could not do jack in the first quarter, scored 6 consecutive touchdowns. Your thoughts, sir?
The biggest parts to this game right here were the fact the Eagles just couldn't convert on third down, for one. They were 8 of 15 for the entire game. Penalties hurt them too. They were 7 of 47. But, you know, their receivers were definitely doing great, as always. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith were carrying a big load. But the running game just could not get going. And the run defense on the 49ers was looking phenomenal. Stellar. Stopping them at every single turn. Their leading runner for the Eagles had 7 carries for 20 yards, and that was their quarterback. That was Jalen Hurts. So we've talked about it on several occasions throughout the previous 13 episodes of this show. When you have quarterbacks that are leading your team in the running game, it's never going to end well. I mean, there's been games we talked about throughout those first 13 episodes where the team would get the win, but we also said that there was no way they would be able to sustain that either. So the Eagles got humbled in this past week. There were games similar to this last year where Jalen Hurts MVP stock took a hit. And if anybody, sees the remainder of the year, if somebody else takes off and Jalen Hurts finishes second in the MVP voting, we're going to look back to this game right here and say, well, we told you so. There's going to be so many Eagle fans that are crying out there to the point to where You ask me on different days. It could be a Monday and then a Tuesday, and my answer may be different when it comes to the fact that Cowboys fans are the worst in the league. The next day, I'll say the Eagles fans are the worst because I can't tell you how many posts I've been seeing about Eagles fans saying, well, there's so many people more worried about our team this past weekend and what they did than their own team. Well, when you guys run your mouths the way that you do about being the best out here, and you got humbled last year against the Chiefs, and you're still doing it when you're 10-1 and you come in this game against the 49ers, I thought and was throwing hype on the Eagles that they would beat the 49ers this past weekend. I will be part of that group that says that they were going to do that. And the 49ers, to what they have proved to me after those first 5 games with the 3-game skid, it was proven to me that it was looking like it was going to be along those lines. But then somewhere along the way between the move they made with Chase Young and some other small things they did around the trade deadline, it definitely has bolstered that defense, and we saw that pay dividends this past weekend. So,
oh boy, did we.
Yes. So that run defense is definitely looking great heading into the playoffs. It's definitely not going to be good for the Eagles if the Eagles have to face off against them again in the NFC Championship. As long as Brock Purdy stays healthy and nobody else takes any type of jarring hits between now and then. The 49ers are going to be a scary team. This is going to be the first time this season, now 14 episodes in, that I'm going to acknowledge that, because it took me a while to get to this point. Because a month ago, I was just throwing shade on the 49ers and their fans about how excited they were getting about how things were. Well, now I can at least say that you deserve to be excited after seeing a game that you saw this past weekend. It may have been a dumpster Pelican-esque game to an extent, but I can't really throw that out there because this was an unexpected type of landslide victory for the 49ers, a type of victory we would see with them facing any other team. But when you're facing a caliber team like the Eagles, a high caliber team like that, you would not expect this type of game to go that way. But now that we've seen them get exposed, you now have tape if you're the other 30 teams in the league, and especially teams that are going to play them in the playoffs. Now you know what to do to contain those Eagles.
Yeah. You got to force them to be one. And I actually said this to a friend of mine with the game they played against the Bills the week before. I said in the first half, the Bills rendered the Eagles to be one-dimensional. And if you can render the Eagles offense to be one-dimensional, meaning they have to pass, and the only way they can run is Jalen Hurts. It could be the tush push or brotherly shove or a scramble. If you can get the Eagles to do that offensively, your chances of beating them exponentially increase. And somehow the Bills defensively in the second half got away from that. And I said if they stuck with that game plan, they would have beaten them in South Philly. Well, the 49ers stuck with their game plan. That's exactly what happened. And guess what they took away from South Philly? A 23-point butt whooping. Yeah, the book is out, and now the question is, will others follow the blueprint? We shall see. Oof, man. Sunday night game was the Packers and the Chiefs on the almost frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. And the Packers actually looked like the Packers of old. I actually was surprised. They controlled the game. The Chiefs really did not have a hold of it at all. And they feverishly were trying to pull, I guess you could say, a rabbit out of the hat. But they just made one too many mistakes. As the Chiefs fell to the Packers 27-19, Jordan Love, probably his best game since opening week, 25-36, 267 yards and 3 touchdowns. The Packers offense gave you 125 yards on the ground. For the losing team, Patrick Mahomes, 21-33, 210 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Isaiah Pacheco, 18 carries, 110 yards, a touchdown, and I think an ejection. A disqualification, I should say. And Travis Kelce, 4 receptions, 81 yards. Before I give this to you, we were talking about blueprints. It looks like the other Super Bowl team from last year looks like the book is out on them as well. And I said this in a forum, and I got laughed at, but I don't care. The truth is the truth. If you eliminate the deep ball with Patrick Mahomes and you just simply let him throw underneath all the time, you may get this team because they will give you a mistake somewhere down the road. Your thoughts, sir?
I like that take, but I'm going to disagree with it. And basically for the fact of that MVS call, right at the end when that pass interference
could have been PI.
It was. That was Cole. Go back and watch it. He was laying on his back, like he was riding his back. Okay, that should have been a pass interference, and you know it. Had that happened, then the Chiefs would have won this game. We would not be having this conversation right now. They got cheated twice. Then after that, Kelsey had the call. They had the call on Kelsey too. But that one right there in itself, I'm gonna let go because usually on Hail Mary plays, in the last play of the game, they usually let that stuff go. But that MVS call was bogus. I mean, Ray Charles could see that was pass interference.
Well, see, that was a makeup call because early on that drive, Mahomes got the flag for being hit out of bounds, and the hit was inbounds and it was legal. So, I hate to say this, but in NFL, you have crap like this happen. you have a penalty where the refs are like, "Oh, that really wasn't a penalty," so we got to make up for it. Oh, okay, I would have thrown a flag, but we do the flag on the Packers before. We had to let that go. That was a makeup call with a no call.
I think that they need to rethink the way that they approach this because I understand it if it's close enough to go either way, but that MVS call, there was nothing that could sway you from thinking that wasn't a pass interference call. I think the reason that they knew that if they called it, it would change the trajectory of the game to where they would either have a victory by the Chiefs or we would see overtime in that case. But no, I disagree with the fact that this was a game where the Chiefs got exposed, like you were saying. Now, the Eagles in the previous game, I'll give you that one because of the way that they lost. But in this one, they only lost by a possession, by a touchdown scoring possession with a 2-point conversion, and they easily could have gotten the touchdown had the MVS call been there. Now, Jordan Love, I will give you this. Besides what he's been doing since week one, if you combine his college, Pop Warner, this is probably the best game of his career, his entire career, because of the caliber team that he beat with the type of stats that he had. I mean, he threw for almost 300 yards, had 3 touchdowns, only had 11 incomplete passes. He got A.J. Dillon working with 18 carries for 73 yards, much better than Zeke's numbers that we were talking about earlier. similar carries for the amount of carries, but a much better yardage. He at least was averaging more. Dillon was at least averaging 1 more yard per play than what Ezekiel Elliott was. But the fact that Jordan Love got Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson very active, along with Dontavian Wicks and Tucker Kraft were definitely making noise too. This Packers team was sound through and through, and they deserved to get the win through 3.5 quarters of this game until the very end when MVS's call did not happen. And in that case, it would have been nice to see another game this weekend go into overtime. The only game that I did not really want to go into overtime that did was last night's game because I wanted to get some sleep before this morning. But I had to stay up and watch the game because I wanted to know what happened so we could talk about it this morning. And we will definitely get to that very, very soon. But in this game alone, besides the MVS missed call, I'm not upset at the way that this game went. It'll be a loss that the Chiefs, I think, needed to help humble them and help them realize that they're not going to repeat this year. The Dolphins are going to have a better chance of going to the Super Bowl for the AFC and winning it than the Chiefs this year because of what their offense is looking like, and their defense isn't that bad either.
Well, to clarify, I did not think this game exposed the Chiefs. I think they've already been exposed. That 24-9 butt whooping they took at Mile High, that is where they got exposed offensively.
Yes.
Now, here, I'm just saying the blueprint's out on the team, and defenses are basically doing what I just described. It's like, okay, Patrick, you're not going to beat us deep. You beat us underneath, and we'll rally and tackle all game long. But we are not going to let you take shots and go down deep. And that is what I think he needs to have in terms of operating that offense the way he would like to in terms of comfort. But the window's a little tighter. The mistakes are more plentiful. And the chances he takes are going to be a little bit riskier because, well, the field's going to be more crowded. And it helps because, well, the only receiving threat that you really have is Kelsey. And you can't trust the others, MVS included. Go back to the Monday night game 2 weeks prior, where there wasn't anybody hanging on his back but God, and he dropped a touchdown pass. Come on, son. It hit you in the hands. You should have brought that in there for a time. I'm sorry, my bad. My bad. Now, who would have seen this coming? The Arizona Cardinals go into the ketchup bottle. I'm sorry, Acrisure Stadium. Shout out to my former manager. And they beat the Steelers 24-10. Now, James Conner, former Steeler, now he's with the Cardinals, 25 carries, 105 yards, and 2 touchdowns. The Cardinals offense, along with that 105 yards on the ground for Conner, he chipped in with that 105 for the overall offensive effort of under 50 yards on the ground. Kyler Murray through the air, 13 to 23, 145 yards, and a touchdown. Oh, gosh, he really wanted to play Call of Duty so bad. I'm sorry. Trey McBride, he gave you 8 receptions, 89 yards and a touchdown. The Steelers offense, well, 130 yards on the ground. Okay. 187 passing yards. Unfortunately, it was due to partially the fact that you had Kenny Pickett, who got injured. We'll talk about that a little later. And Mitchell Trubisky still having a job. Your thoughts, sir?
This game, the biggest decisive part, I would say, besides the inability for both quarterbacks to really play the quarterback position for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would have to say that the penalties were another situation that we saw this week that affected a team, as they had 9 penalties for 77 yards. I mean, that's not going to help your cause, no matter how good or bad your team is, when you're having that many penalties for that many yards. The fumble that was lost definitely hurts them too. This is another case where we saw another team that had a larger time of possession lose a game, and every game that we've saw that happened that way this week has been because they had more penalties than the other team and more penalty yards. There was one other game, I can't remember which one we were talking about earlier. They had the same amount of penalties but had twice as many yards because the penalties were more severe for what they did. Probably more PI calls later down the field on the deep passes. That's where a lot of those yards get added up to. But another good point that even Cool McCain brought up, asking if he may interject, the 49ers still need the Eagles to lose again to be in the driver's seat in the NFC for the number 1 seed.
I was going to go to that.
Definitely a great call right there, because when you think about that and you think about the fact that, of course, the Cardinals are mathematically eliminated by this point, this game right here showed you flashes of what the Cardinals could be had Kyler Duty not gotten hurt and been out for the majority of the season like he was. But this game right here, I think, was affected by two things. One, bad play by the quarterback position on the Pittsburgh Steelers, no matter if it was one or two, and the fact that they had the penalties that added up that definitely didn't help their cause out.
And the game you were alluding to were was the Browns Rams. Victor, he says to McCarthy, it was a close encounters of the Jets kind. I'm sorry, Mr. McCarthy, but it seemed as if the Jets offense was abducted by aliens. And yes, as far as the interjection, I understand that. I agree. Letter of the law, sir, you are correct, Mr. McCain. Yes. However, that 42-19 butt whooping, yes, although it was a regular season, it happened on the Eagles' home soil. So if this game were to take place again in January at South Philly, you got a team that feels confident that they could beat the Eagles anywhere they play. Hence why 49ers driver's seat, there you go. But yes, letter of the law, the Eagles are still number one seed in the NFC. They're 10-2. And they have the Lions, the Cowboys, and the 49ers all at 9-3. Summarily at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. The 49ers number 2 seed, the Lions number 3 seed, and the Cowboys number 5 seed. Oh, and he also wants to interject as well and say the Santa Clara football team just won their Super Bowl, which I will give Cool credit. He actually did say this about 3 weeks out. He actually did say, that game in South Philly between the 49ers and the Eagles. For the Eagles, it basically is just a regular season game. For the 49ers, it's their Super Bowl. So true to form, true to petty form. There you go. And no, that's not an insult. He does that's a compliment because that's how he rolls. But look, I'll say this about the Steelers. They let one get away, and they have no excuse, and they have no one to blame but themselves. That was a horrible game. Horrible game for them. Ooh, horrible game. So that leaves the Monday night game, which actually it is the game of the week. And it features the Bengals in all white versus the Duval County Jaguars in all black. And this game was in Duval, and it went into overtime. And, it featured missed field goals from both teams. It featured a wide receiver throwing an interception off of a backwards pass. And it featured other good things, too. It was exciting. But in the end, the Bengals beat the Jaguars 34-31 in overtime. Jake Browning. What a performance by this young man. 32 of 37, 354 yards and a touchdown. They did not look like they shrank that offense at all. But they did run the ball more, which I love that about them. They rushed it for 156 yards. That is a positive sign. Jamar Chase, 11 receptions, 149 yards at a touchdown. Not really so good as a quarterback. 1 of 1 for -7 yards. The Bengals defense gave you 4 sacks in the game. And then Evan Ingram, who he had a really good game for the Jaguars. The tight end had 9 receptions, 82 yards and a touchdown. And then the Jaguars offense with 305 passing yards. The story of the game, though, Trevor Lawrence, 22-29, 250 yards and 2 touchdowns. Not his stats. The fact his ankle got stepped on and he had to be helped off the field. Your thoughts, sir?
This game became the battle of the backups, Cole. Definitely wasn't something that we expected to see, starting to watch this game right here. Trevor Lawrence started off pretty good and kept the Jags within contention of the game. And had he not gone down, I think the Jaguars would have won this game. Mm-hmm. Because he did, you had to turn to C.J. Beathard, who, overall didn't do a horrible job. He was 9 of 10 for 63 yards, just couldn't get the ball in the end zone.
Right.
And I think that was lack of, it'd been, 3.5 months since the last time he was on the field with the training camp and preseason
I was about to say
stuff.
probably preseason, yeah.
So he's had limited reps as the number 2 guy, not getting as much in practice on a weekly basis. And besides, that Russ showing up with the fact they couldn't get the ball in the end zone, you wouldn't have really noticed too much because of, had they had a little bit more time on the clock in the fourth quarter, I think that they would have been okay. I think that he would have led them to an actual score, and they would have gotten the victory. But unfortunately, it just took about 4.5 quarters pretty much for the Bengals to get the win with Jake Browning. But the kid did great. I mean, the first time since college that he threw for 300 and some yards and threw for 354 yards, only had 5 incompletions of the game. Arguably, looking at his performance this week, I think that, he didn't have the amount of touchdowns that a quarterback would throw to say he's the surefire MVP of the week, but I would say he deserves to be in the mentioning of player of the week for what he did, because 5 incompletions.
Yes, he's in the mix.
350 plus yards. Yeah, you got to keep that kid up there. So looking at this and looking at how this game played out, I would say right here that had Trevor Lawrence not gone down, the Jags would have won this game, but it helped the Bengals as they finally got back to 500 after having 3 straight losses, losing Joe Burrow for the season. It's not looking good for them as far as a playoff run, but they still have the opportunity to at least make the playoffs, and that would be a big win in itself when you'd be without your quarterback for the last 5 to 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah. And that is unfortunately their future. However, it looks like it got mitigated a bit. Monday night game against a division leader, and they put forth the performance they did. So it looks like, although I would say the AFC North for them is out the picture because the Ravens own the Bengals. The playoffs are not out of the realm of possibility for them. So yeah, I give them credit for fighting, and they're still in the hunt. And look, I'll put the fan hat on real quick. Thank you, Bengals. You gave my Texans the opportunity to still be in the hunt for the AFC South Championship. So thank you, Bengals. All right, and let's have that going. This was, I think, a really good win for the Bengals. Man, was this a crushing defeat for the Jaguars, because they had the number 1 seed in sight, as you said. If Lawrence still stayed in the game, more than likely the Jaguars would have won that game. They had the number 1 seed in sight, and unfortunately, they could not seal the deal when Lawrence went out the game. And it's unfortunate. It is. And I hate to see that happen for him. Well, that is the game of this week. And it's great to actually finally have a Monday Night Football game be considered a game of the week. And speaking of games, we'll, of course, touch on more of them later in the program. But next will be the Gridiron Scoop. This is Total Football Talk. We'll be right back.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On 2. Ready? Break.
We're just getting started. Total Football Talk will return right after this.
Everything Boston. I love you morons. New Kids on the Block, New Edition.
Dear whatever the law firm is. Sincerely, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Go yourself again, Jason
Ready to hang with some fellas who know football? Let's ride. LC Muscles 28.
I think they're the most overrated defense in the league.
Steel Sermon.
We did not trail for a single second.
Tiny Tim.
McCarthy is a bonehead.
A Pizzle 90.
I'm going with my boys. Fins up, baby.
Get ready for the 4 Horsemen of Pick'ems. Every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central on YouTube. Poppy J.
You got the option to cry for the government. You got the option to protest. You got the option to keep buying. But this is also an option.
Wise El Jefe.
We're the first tech geeks. We're the first gamers. We're the first everything. Everything. Like Gen X's, we are the ones.
BS3 Network proudly presents the crew from the New York boroughs who never wants that smoke. Nah, they want that fire. Poppy J and Wise El Jefe. Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Check your local listings for your viewing and listening pleasure.
Moving right along in Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson, and Cool. I share the same sentiments for you. I hate it for Sunshine too. And for those who don't know, of course, that's his nickname because Trevor Lawrence reminds people of Sunshine in Remember the Titans. Yeah, I hate it for him too because I think that might be one that will end his year, and I don't want that to be, but I think that might be what will happen. Cool also, and for those who don't know, Cool McCain is a hardcore Eagles fan. You'll see his commercial run later in the Eagles Elite podcast, and he's a wonderful, wonderful curator and host and moderator of that show. And if you want to know anything Eagles, talk to him. And he is not a rose-colored glasses wearer. He will tell you what he thinks about his team with unadulterated truth. He says, "Look." He says the 49ers can't get it to play like that against us again. He said the acquisition of Shaq Leonard, the linebacker that was formerly of the Colts, it will help. And it will definitely help because you all need to have some sort of help in terms of stopping that running attack. And you got to make Brock Purdy uncomfortable. You got to do that. That is a must. And unfortunately, the Eagles did not.
Speaking of making them feel uncomfortable, if the Jaguars are without Trevor Lawrence through the rest of the season, can we cue the Bill Withers song? Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Yeah, and just start playing that over the loudspeaker.
It's not warm when she's away.
Yeah. Because they started feeling it last night as he was gone.
In this house, just ain't no home anytime she goes away. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. My bad. That's one of my favorite songs, Ain't No Sunshine. But unfortunately, they probably would have to play that in Duval. God, I don't want to say that. I seriously don't. That would suck.
Now I got it stuck in your head.
Yeah, you do. Oh my gosh. And now for the Gridiron Scoop. And we were speaking about injuries. We were talking about Trevor Lawrence, who we don't know the extent of his injuries yet, but we do know the extent of the injury of a divisional rival, Texans Tank Dell, who ended up being possibly the number one target for one CJ Stroud. Unfortunately, he now, with a fractured fibula, is out for the season. The injury occurred with 3:53 left in the first quarter of the 22-17 victory over the Broncos, when Damian Pierce, the running back of the Texans, rushed for a 3-yard touchdown to put the Texans up 9-0. Dell was blocking on the play, and one of his legs got caught up in a pile of Broncos defenders as he fell to the ground. The medical card came off for Dell as the teammates rallied and gathered around him. And, of course, he was officially ruled out at halftime. Now, my question to you, sir, is will this injury of Tank Dell derail the momentum the Texans have going for themselves?
No, I don't think so. I think that it's definitely a blow for the team. Had this been Nico Collins, then yes. Because Nico Collins has been like CJ Stroud's number one weapon all season. So Tank Dell definitely is a blow to this team. But do I personally think it's going to affect them in their push for the playoffs? No. If this was Nico Collins, I would be answering differently. But no, I don't think it will.
And here's the funny part about that. C.J. Stroud, formerly of the Buckeyes. Nico Collins, formerly of the Wolverines. So
I didn't even think about that until now, but yeah, now that you
Mhm.
say that, I knew that they were from those schools, but I didn't even really put two and two together in my mind. That's a good take right there.
Thank you. And actually, I do agree with you. I think at the moment, Stroud has better chemistry with Collins than he does for Dell. Although until this game, the last few weeks, it looked like Dell was starting to make a presence and name for himself, and he was starting to get those types of receptions that you love to have receivers have when teams key on one guy, where it's like, oh, doggone, you mean tell we got a key on this guy too? Dell was starting to get that type of attention, and he was starting to make those types of plays. And I think about, gosh, this wonderful throw that Stroud made to Dell against the Buccaneers, when in that 40-second drive of having that game be pulled out in with 6 seconds to go. He made this deep. Stroud made this deep out throw where he put it perfectly, where all Dell had to do was just reach his hand out and catch it. And he put it over. Basically, it was a cover two, and he put it over one defender, and threw it just enough to where the defender that was behind him or deeper than him could not come to knock it away. And Dell ran a beautiful pattern to do it. And it looked like they were having that type of chemistry be built. And to have that happen, and I think it may derail them a little, but I don't think it will destroy them because of what you said. Nico Collins is the guy, and he proved it in this past game against the Broncos. Yeah, totally agree with you. Now, with the playoff picture, everything looks like it's shaping up to be a race at the top and the bottom of both the AFC and the NFC playoff picture. We'll go to the AFC first. The Dolphins right now currently hold the number 1 seed. The Baltimore Ravens hold the number 2 seed. Those teams will go at it in January to decide who probably will be the number 1 overall seed in the AFC and who's going to get that bye. The Chiefs took a big hit with their loss on Sunday night. Now they are the number 3 seed at 8-4. The Jaguars summarily took a big hit, going to 8-4, losing their Monday night tilt. They are the 4th seed. Right now, the Steelers at 5, the Browns at 6, the Colts at 7. All of them have 7-5 records. All of them do. Currently, they remain ahead of the Steelers remain ahead of the Browns based on their superior division record, and over Indy because of a slim lead in the common opponent's tiebreaker. The Texans are on the outside looking in at 7-5. But not to be outdone, the Bills, the Bengals, and the Broncos at 6-6. They're looking to see which one of those 4 teams are going to fall off the map and replace them. In the NFC, you have the Eagles at 10-2, the 49ers and Lions at 9-3. The 49ers are number 2 seed, the Lions number 3 seed. You have the Falcons at number 4 seed at 6-6. The Cowboys, they are going to be no worse than number 5 seed, I believe. They're 9-3. 6-6 are the Vikings and the Packers. The Vikings hold the advantage over the Packers. Excuse me. At the number 6 seed. The Packers are number 7. The Rams and the Seahawks are now out of the playoff picture at 6-6 as well. The Saints and the Buccaneers, not only are they in contention for the NFC South title, they still are in it at 5-7 for the wild card mix as well. My question is centered on the 49ers, though. Do you think that the game they played Sunday makes the 49ers now the Super Bowl favorites?
For the NFC, the AFC, or all of the NFL?
Why not? All 3.
No.
Okay.
If this was the NFC, I would agree with you and say then yeah, I would say that they're the favorites of the NFC after what happened. And Cool McCain is probably gonna get upset with me, just as upset as he was with that PI call or whatnot in the Super Bowl that did or did not happen or whatever. But hey, this is how it is. When it comes to this situation right here, you guys got mollywopped on Sunday, and you cannot sit here and say otherwise. This team is definitely part of the favorites for the NFC. Now, the AFC, I'm still going with the Dolphins based on what we've seen throughout this year and based on the next question that you're going to ask me as part of the Gridiron Scoop. But when it comes to the entire NFL, no, because the Dolphins' offense is explosive as that offense is got my eyeballs more glued to the TV than watching a 49ers game. What they did against the Eagles was impressive, but I don't think that they're the number one team. Excuse me. Now, had the Eagles been the defending Super Bowl champions, had they won last year, and then the 49ers got the win that they did this past weekend, I probably think a little bit differently. But they're the Super Bowl runner-ups, for one. And two, I just think that the Eagles finally got exposed, and I cannot say that based on how this game went, I cannot sit up here and tell you that I think the 49ers are Super Bowl favorites.
I think they're lacking one thing. I think we can get caught up in the fact that, yes, you had a team that beat a 10-1 squad on their home turf, and you'd probably say, well, there's your Super Bowl favorites. They beat the team with the best record in the game and beat them by 23, and they were the road team. Yeah. But let's be honest. And I know Cool will not be upset with me when I say this, because he said this as well as I did. They did not play their best game. They have not. At 10-2, the Eagles haven't played a full 60 minutes yet. They haven't yet played a full 60 minutes. They haven't yet made you say, wow, yeah, now this team is going to be formidable. They haven't once done that. Now, they've been clutch. They just have not been dominant. The 49ers have, but they also have had their moments where they have looked absolutely like but in saying all that, I really do believe that the 49ers have raised their stock. I don't think they're Super Bowl favorites because I actually like what I'm seeing with the Ravens and the Dolphins, and not because they're 1-2 in the AFC. I just like the fact that you have an explosive offense with the Dolphins that it looks like it can travel anywhere because they have a good running game. And the Ravens, when they are invested, they can actually make life difficult for the opposing team. I love how they are. The 49ers, to me, I want to see them put it together enough to where I could say, you can't fool with them. When they're locked in, yes. But you still have to put the when they're locked in part in that equation. Unfortunately, no, I don't think they are either. And I agree with you. They aren't the favorites. But they are contenders. And the Eagles better tighten that ship up because it's not looking good. Now, I just spoke about the Dolphins. I'm going to speak about one of those Dolphins in Tyreek Hill. Now, his desire to crack 2,000 receiving yards in a season is high. But they believe, the Dolphins do, that the wide receiver also believes that his success will go beyond the numbers. And it will also go beyond this year in numbers. Now, with the 157-yard and 2-touchdown performance he had in Landover on Sunday, that now puts him at 1,481 yards on 92 receptions in just 12. Now, the record, of course, is 1,964 yards set by Megatron or Calvin Johnson. The goal, he's probably on pace now, talking about Hill, to go for 2,098 yards. Of course, that would make him the first player in NFL history to crack 2,000 yards receiving in a season. My question to you about that is, even though, yes, he did have 190 receptions, 1,700 yards, do you think still that Hill can break Megatron's record of 1,964 yards before we get to week 18?
It's going to be tough if he does, but he is playing 4 teams over the next over the next 4 weeks. He's playing the teams such as the Titans, which he can throw some yards up on. The Jets will be tough because of their defense, not their offense, but their defense. The Cowboys and the Ravens are their next 4 games, the 4 games that he would need in order to do that. And if he does that, he's 483 yards away from tying the record of 1,964. He would need 121 yards per game to reach 484 to be one over that at 1,965 through 17 weeks. This is before even going to the extra week. This is what he would have to do in the next 4 games in order to make that possible.
Right.
483 yards to tie it, 121 per game just to reach 484. Now, thinking about those 4 teams that I just discussed, those 4 teams, it's going to be tough to do that, Cole, even though he's been throwing up some video game-like numbers. 157 yards this past week to the Jets. On November 24th, at 102 yards against this past week, it was the Commanders. He had 157 yards. Then it was 102 yards a week before that with the Jets. The Raiders was 146 yards. The week before that, though, when he played a good team in the Chiefs, he was held to 62 yards.
Right.
Patriots, the week before that, 112 yards. When he played the Eagles, he was held to 188 yards. When he played the Bills, he was held to 58 yards. And when he played the Patriots the first time, it was 40 yards. Something about the Patriots being a kryptonite for Tyreek Hill. Yeah. But when you look at the fact that he, again, has to play the Titans, who I think he can put some good numbers up on, it won't be there that I have the issue with. It's going to be the 3 games that follow. The Jets, the Cowboys, and the Ravens.
Oh, and they finished the season at home against the Bills.
But I'm not even counting that one because if he doesn't break the record before then and waits till week 18, he's going to have an asterisk on it. So he has to do it within the next 4 weeks in order to have it legitimized. So for that being that alone, you have to average 121 yards for the next 4 games, which is going to be tough. Now, of course, if you have 123 one game and 119 the next, no one's going to shoot you in the foot because they still add up to be the same when it comes to what you would have got for that regular average for 2 weeks. But when I break it down to that and stating that 3 out of those 4 teams that you have over the next 4 weeks have pretty good defenses, and the fact that the games he was held to under 100 yards this season was against good teams, minus the Patriots, and the Bills, of course, because the way their offense is playing this year. Other than that, except for his 2 kryptonites there, he's throwing up great numbers, but they're against iffy teams. So the fact that he's got 3 out of the next 4 weeks against really good caliber teams, especially on the defensive side, I'm concerned. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I'm just saying it's going to be an uphill battle from here. You set the roadmap out to where you can definitely attain this goal. The question is, against these teams that you're going against, are you going to be able to do it? Only you can answer that within. But I think that he has a really good chance of doing it.
I do too. And he can be buoyed by the fact that, you had DK Metcalf go for 143 against the Cowboys just recently. So, yeah. But I do agree with you. Seemingly the Dolphins offense seems to struggle against good teams, especially teams with stellar style defenses. So that's a really good point. Cool says, why can't I? Talk about take offense. He says a full 30 minutes. I forgot what that was about. But I think in terms of the question about the 49ers being Super Bowl favorites, he says Bishop be Bwinkle, which I understand why he said what he said. Basically, Mr. McCain is saying, are the 49ers Super Bowl favorites?
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
And he appreciated my calling him petty.
And for that,
stop it. Get some help.
Oh, all love. I love our Total Football Talk family. Oh my gosh. But I agree with you. I think if he's wanting to get that streak, obviously get that number before week 18, it's going to be tough. It could happen, but it's still going to be tough. I agree with you. But Tyreek, I hope you get it, man, because I know you want it. And I think Calvin wants you to get it just because he wants to see you actually excel the way you have. And hopefully you do, bro.
Yeah, we need that kid from Angels in the outfield right now that said it could happen to pop up on the screen.
Total Football Talk.
Oh, yeah. Where my dogs at? It is time now to award the grand champ or the dog of the week. And for his dog of the week or his grand champ, I turn the floor over to Drew.
For this person right here, I don't see how you can't give it to this person right here. Well, on Monday Night Football, for him to show up and play against Trevor Lawrence the way that he did as the backup quarterback for the Bengals, I have to give this one to Jake Browning this week. For, I've put him up there as far as he has to be nominated for the Player of the Week. Well, since this is my pick and this is half of my show, I'm going to say that it's Jake Browning is the one. It's my dog of the week right here. The fact that he only had 5 incompletions, 32 of 37, 354 yards. Yeah, he only threw for 1 touchdown, but he wasn't turning the ball over, and he helped this Bengals team stay relevant in the NFL by, dumping a 3-game losing skid to now be 500 again. So you have to look at what's going on right here for this team right here. You have to get excited if you're a Bengals fan that the season's not necessarily over yet. And for that fact, I have to give it, based on his performance, as my dog of the week to Jake Browning.
Can't argue with that one, man. Seriously, can't. In fact, that's a solid pick. It really is. And yeah, and congratulations, Jake. You deserve it, man, because you're looking pretty good right now in Joe Burrow's place. Not saying you can replace him, but yeah, pretty good, man. Pretty good. I could go with Dak Prescott, but I'm not. I could even go with Uncle Rico, but I'm not. I could even go with I don't know. I could go with Matthew Stafford, but I'm not. The one person that really stood out to me in the 42-19 victory of the 49ers over the Eagles. Yeah, I could say Brock Purdy, but no, not him. I could say Christian McCaffrey, but no, not him. I'm actually going to say Deebo Samuel. And the reason being, this man felt within his craw that he couldn't make that difference in January. And he comes on the same field 10 and a half months later, and he puts on a performance. 138 total yards, a touchdown on the ground, 2 touchdowns in the air. This guy wanted to show that he was a difference maker, and in this game he did. The 49ers rode the back of his performance, and I just give him mad credit for wanting to put the team on the back, on his back, and say, we got it, and I'm going to make sure we have it. And he did. They rode his wave, and now they are within a game of being the number 1 seed in the NFC. And it was due to his performance. So congratulations to you, Deebo Samuel. You, sir, Deebo the Eagles this week. Wonderful job, sir. And we'll be right back.
Coming up next, the featured attractions. This is Total Football Talk. Comey Media Incorporated. Creating content magic. in the real world.
Little right here. Look at the inside of these cakes. Now, when you bite into it, just as I demonstrated while you were talking at the beginning of your discussion right there, I could taste the drugs inside of this cake, Sick. I could taste the addiction within the cream filling of this cake right here, to where they not only us with that cake right there, but they made an ice cream out of it. They made an ice cream out of it. A 1-pint Christmas tree cake ice cream. Look at that little just smile up there. Look, she is up to no good on there. Look at that. Look at that smile on there, Sick. She knows that she got you. Got him is what's in her mind right now.
Acknowledge me.
Look at that little smile right there. She's up to no good.
D. Willie in the evening. Thursdays at 11:15 p.m. Eastern, 10:15 p.m. Central. Exclusively on Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. Hey, stop playing games. Y'all already know. Go ahead and toss him some Willie Bucks. Ain't nobody playing around. Hey, $sign D Willie 87. Go ahead, hit him up on the Cash App, and go ahead and give him some Willie Bucks. Look at Drew looking stoic, ladies and gentlemen. Stoic on that $10 bill. So go ahead, slide my man over some Willie Bucks, and we good. That's all I'm saying. We good. Slide some Willie Bucks.
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
If you're looking for a sports program that gives you the flavor.
Washington Commanders? Really?
This whole thing stinks to high heaven.
That pulls no punches.
Thuggish act by a thuggish actor.
That gives you some humor.
Praise everything LeBron does and never criticize it.
If you want a show that gives you good times, then this is that show. BS3 Network proudly presents.
I am Cole Johnson, and welcome to
Cole Sports with a Z. Every Friday on Patreon, and every Saturday on YouTube, Spreaker, and all other outlets.
Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson, and got a clarification with Cool. He said, yeah, the Eagles. They haven't played a full solid 30 minutes yet, which I agree. The closest they did come probably would be that Sunday afternoon win against the Bills. That second half, but probably most that second half, not all of it, most that second half and that overtime. I probably would say that's the closest they have come. But I agree with you. The Eagles haven't really played a solid game yet they have been a 10-2 team. So to me, I think that is a scary part in terms of the Eagles portion of it. And yeah, Debo did and the thing is he manhandles many teams because he is a defensive nightmare. He's a defensive assignment nightmare. He just is. And it was unfortunate to see it happen to Eagles, bro. But yeah, he is a nightmare and a half. That's a tough assignment. But from week 13 to some games in week 14, here we go. Featured attractions where we talk about the biggest of games throughout the week. And we will touch on first the game in Cleveland, Sunday, 1 p.m. kickoff. The Browns at 7-5. They host the Jaguars at 8-3. The Jaguars are favored by 3. And we'll start with the Jaguars. Now, it is unfortunate that they suffered the injury that Trevor Lawrence suffered. We don't know the extent of it just yet. but I think we'll get an idea as to what it will be long before Sunday comes around. But the team possibly can be looking ahead, though, to their matchup against the Ravens. How can the Jaguars guard against doing that?
When it comes against this game right here, it's going to be tough because the Browns, outside of Joe Flacco, are a really good team. Joe Flacco is just literally playing game manager right now. But overall, for this team right here, the Jags are going to have one tough time this upcoming weekend. And how can they guard against looking ahead? When it comes to this situation right here, I don't know if they can. Because especially if you're down Trevor Lawrence for the rest of this season and you're going against that defense of what the Browns have, they're going to eat up CJ Beathard alive. I don't care how much extra practice you get this week. I don't think that they can prepare for the Browns defense with their backup quarterback like they would have been had they had Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a problem for them, and it might be a problem, unfortunately, not just for the Browns, but the games starting with the Ravens, games going onward, and for them hoping to clinch the AFC South now. And you touched on Flacco going on the other side of the ball. The problem that the Browns have had has been solid quarterback play. Now, you could say that Deshaun Watson, when he was healthy, gave you some good, steady play, but he was somewhat inconsistent. And of course, the new stud they had in DTR, and PJ Walker, who really is not a starting quarterback. He's a backup. They just haven't really steadied the ship either. Is Joe Flacco the answer quarterback for the Browns this year?
This year, yes. There's no other person on that roster or as a free agent that I believe that could come in and fill the void that they need as good as he's doing. I mean, look at how, besides when the Rams ran away with it in the fourth quarter, once, the Browns got back within 1 point, I mean, Joe Flacco was looking the part of the seasoned veteran quarterback who knew the system, who could play it well enough to get them to win on this game, because the biggest thing that's driving the Browns to the wins that they've had, is their defense. However, you wouldn't have thought that in the fourth quarter when you watched this game this past week, seeing with what Matthew Stafford and the Rams did to get that victory. Now, we can't throw so much shade on that, as the Rams did just win a Super Bowl within the past few seasons, in LA. And, they still have some of those pieces on that team, but a lot of the big pieces have departed at this point or are not playing to the caliber of what they were playing a few seasons ago. So looking at this right here, I would say that, the best chance that they have to actually not only make the playoffs, but make some noise in the playoffs for this season alone, since you don't have Deshaun Watson anymore, is going with Joe Flacco.
Yeah, and I think what the Browns need to do is to have that steady presence, and I think a steady veteran presence, which you have a QB who does not want to be the star of the show. He just wants to make sure that the offense is on time and the defense does what they do. So I think they have the right guy. Now, if their running game can be up to par, I think they won't have an issue. So in this game, who do you have?
This game right here, without Trevor Lawrence and facing this Browns defense, I think that CJ Beathard doesn't have the right tools to get it done. And I think the Browns win this game. The Browns will become 8-5. The Jags will become 8-4. And that's what we'll see at the end of this game right here.
Yeah, I just it's horrible. Just thinking about Trevor Lawrence, and I hate the fact that now he's going to miss a stretch drive of a season where he was able to actually say he led the team to his second straight division crown and possibly a strong showing in the playoffs. And yeah, that might actually go down the tubes. But from that game to the Sunday 4:25 kickoff between the 8-4 Chiefs and the 6-6 Bills. Now the Chiefs are favored by 2.5, which I'm surprised the line is that low. But for the Bills, you've had Stephon Diggs, who's been wanting out ever since the beginning of this season. You've had Ken Dorsey basically become the scapegoat of the Bills' problems and be fired in the middle of the season. You've had Shaq Lawson, who felt as though, well, an Eagles fan got to flip, so I'm going to lay hands on him in the stands. And now you have the Von Miller situation where he turned himself into police because of a domestic violence dispute. Have the distractions been an anchor to the Bills' 2023 season?
I would say that it has. And, the fact that they had to let go of their offensive coordinator and make some moves within that, overall, the noise has definitely been surfacing around this team for a little bit. And I think it's gotten to the point now that it's definitely distracting them, as they're a team that on paper we didn't expect to be 6-6 after 12 games.
Mm-hmm.
We expect them to have more than 6 wins at this point. And especially with what we had seen from them over the previous few years before this, definitely didn't anticipate them being 6-6. I think that the noise in itself speaks volumes with their record as to how much of it truly has affected them.
Yeah. And it is, and it looks like it's continuing to affect them. And I think they need to find something that can sort of right the ship. Otherwise, this season, which was supposed to be promising, is going to spiral further out of control. Now, on the other side of the coin, you have the Chiefs, who now are licking their wounds off of the 27-19 L they took in Green Bay. And we sort of touched on it a little bit in opening drive. But you had that loss there. You have the 24-9 loss they took in Mile High. You have the effort in Germany, although it was a victory against the Dolphins 21-14. Has the Chiefs' dominance over the NFL come to an end?
I think it did when Tyreek Hill left.
I agree.
They were still a good team then when he left, and they're still a good team now. But the dominance, the deep threat, all the things that you had with Tyreek Hill being the leader of that receiving core, their dominance was over when he left for Miami the year before last, or this offseason before last, I should say. They got to the Super Bowl last year and they won, and congrats on them, but it wasn't the same explosive team that we were used to seeing, which is why it came down to that play in the end zone for the Eagles, with the whole PI and them getting upset and all this other stuff. So looking at that right there, had they had Tyreek Hill, the game wouldn't have been as close at that point, for one. And these games that are so close but going the other team's way wouldn't even be a factor had they had Tyreek Hill, because they were dominating for that stretch with him. And yes, they've been winning games since, but they haven't been dominating since he left. So for that, I would have to say they haven't dominated at all this season. So I do disagree with that one.
Yeah. And yeah, I agree. They have shown. The defense now, I think, has shown that they've been more of a big player than the offense has at different points of the season. Against two struggling teams, it looks like. Who do you have in this one?
This one's a pretty interesting game right here, but I would have to say the Bills are going to fall under 500 with this, I believe, because even though the Chiefs are not a dominant team anymore, with what you were saying just there, basically gets to the point that I had left out of there, where the scales have been balanced enough to where even though the offense isn't as dominant as they once were, to where the defense was below here, it's now like kind of even, where you have a pretty good offense and a defense. You don't have one dominating over the other one, but the scales have balanced now. So when it comes to that, with all that being said, they are still a team that can go out there and get victories on a weekly basis. You can't really say the same for the Bills right now. That's why I feel like the Bills are going to fall to 6-7, and the Chiefs will improve to 9-4.
I agree. I think the tailspin on the field will continue for the Bills, and I think the Chiefs get right. I agree with you there. Sunday night kickoff. I think this is going to be the game of the week. It is between the NFC East rivals Eagles and Cowboys. The Eagles are 10-2. The Cowboys at home at 9-3. Again, the kickoff is at 8:20 p.m. The Cowboys are favored to win this game by 3.5. On the Eagles side of things, now they rushed out to a 10-1 record, and with every game that they played, even before the loss they took to the 49ers, they were in every game, and even the first loss, they were up with 2 minutes to go in that game. But they took the loss, and now, like with Cool saying that the Eagles, in his mind, hadn't even played a full 30 minutes yet. Can the Eagles bounce back from their home loss to the 49ers Sunday?
Before I answer that, I want to give a shout out to Josh in the PSF app for talking about how he's listening in from Jacksonville, and it's pretty quiet around there right now. Definitely would have to say I understand why there, sir, and feel bad for you after what happened last night on Monday Night Football. But back to what Cole was talking about, and talking about can the Eagles bounce back from their home loss to the 49ers? They can. I believe they can. That's going to be the good news that Cool McCain, who, if he's still watching, would definitely hear coming from a Commanders fan's mouth. Okay. They definitely can bounce back from that game. It's going to be tough because you're going on the road to Jerry World. We just saw a divisional game, not this past weekend, but the week before, when it comes to them playing the Commanders and, how they whoop down on them. Now, they're playing a much different team in being the Eagles. The Eagles are not as bad of a team as the Commanders, and the Cowboys cannot be thinking they're going to win by 35 points playing this Eagles team. Given the fact that the 49ers beat the team the way that they did this past week, they beat them pretty decisively, but the Cowboys cannot be thinking that they can go in and beat the Eagles team the way the 49ers did. What would be interesting is if the Cowboys win this game is you got two teams, the same record in the same division, to where where we thought the Eagles were going to run away with this division, if the Cowboys win this game, we could be saying it the other way around with only 1 month left in the season. So, if you could, when it comes to this situation right here, Eagles and Cowboys fans, don't get too excited coming into this game right here because, these are the type of games that cause cardiac arrest right here. So be careful when you're watching this game. Be careful what you're eating because you don't want it to give you heartburn or too much indigestion the next day to where it's affecting you to what you're doing on a regular basis, because it could if you don't watch it when it comes to this game right here. And I'm talking to you, Cool McCain. You're the first one that I'm talking to about this right here. And there are other people that line up with this. Watch your mouth, because some of you got humbled this past weekend, and I loved every single second of it because I knew when this season started, the Commanders were not going to be making noise in the playoffs. The Commanders were not going to be with the Cowboys or with the Eagles of what last year are known to do as of late and are going to make noise doing that. What I can tell you is that you guys have been running your mouths too much, and not you, Cool McCain, but there are other Eagles fans that I saw one in particular get so butthurt about what happened in that game Sunday that by the next morning, yesterday morning, he was deleting that post because he was calling out other people who weren't even fans of the Eagles, throwing shade on him. Well, when you run your mouths like you do all season saying, we're going to Super Bowl, who's that sound like? Who does that sound like? Because I've done it on this show before. We're going to Super Bowl. Who's that sound like? It sounds like an Eagles fan. And I don't think that you guys are going to go to the Super Bowl this year after what we saw this past weekend. And we may get a reminder of that when they play the Cowboys this week.
And Cool says, piss on the AFT. The acronym stands for Arlington Football Team.
What does that have to do with the price of eggs in China?
The price of actually hosting this show with a Commanders fan, and we're talking about the Eagles and Cowboys. Goodness gracious, he gets to crap on both teams' fan bases at the same time. All right, and I would roll the red carpet and allow him to continue to do so. But yes,
I showered them with compliments at first. Then I showered them with Mr. Hankies. It kind of balanced out by the end.
Although, yes, if, for example, of Victor and Cool, I do know some good Eagles and Cowboys fans. But Mickey, how you doing? You may be late, but you're right on time, brother. Look, as for the Cowboys, so now they're riding high, and now they have a game where people could say, "Oh, okay, so they can beat a team that's in playoff contention." Now they get their second crack at the Eagles, this time now at home. And they will get a crack at them, hopefully, with a healthy Jalen Hurts at home. Because when they played this game Christmas Eve last year, Jalen Hurts was injured. Is this the game where people will take the Cowboys seriously?
You know,
hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
Some of you watching this right now are probably like, what? Based on what I just said with the previous question. What? But when it comes to this game right here, what? When it comes to this situation right here, what? When it comes to this matchup, what? How can you take them seriously? Looking at
I did not say Cowboys fans. I can see that.
Well, based on how upset and butthurt the Eagles fans have been having over this past weekend,
oh my gosh!
Based on their behavior from this past weekend, based on the majority of
I'm sorry, continue, sir.
Based on how they reacted to not only this past weekend, and not only the fact that how they reacted to this past year's Super Bowl, I have to say that I don't think so. What did Cool say? 3-0 in the East so far.
Gosh.
What does that have to? What that has nothing to do with this right here. We're talking about next week. We're talking about a game that that hasn't even been played yet. Congratulations for being 3-0 in the NFC East so far. I'm gonna give the Philadelphia Eagles a round of applause. Okay.
Wow.
But you're not undefeated throughout the season. For one. Me what? You know what? I'm gonna give my take real quick. I'm gonna take Cole off of here, and it's just gonna be me, so I can just talk about this and not get distracted by the noise. So what I'm gonna say is this: the Eagles fans, you've been crying since this past weekend. You've been crying since the Super Bowl about how you got screwed. You've been crying since Jalen Hurts lost the MVP last year, and you just got proven where you were wrong last year. You were wrong this past weekend, and he proved that he is not an MVP quarterback for this season. Now, when it comes to can we take the Cowboys seriously now that things have quieted down, what I can tell you is no, we cannot take the Cowboys seriously if we're going to talk about the number one team in the NFC. Okay? Maybe for the NFC East, no, still can't take them seriously because Cool McCain has a very good point about the Eagles being 3-0 in the East right now until this weekend. This weekend, things are going to change, and we'll get to that with the next question that Cole is going to ask me here after this when it comes to the predictions. That is my solution with that. That is my guess with that. But when it comes to this right here, I can't take them seriously. Cole, are you still with us? I think Cole is having some technical difficulties. We don't care what you think, Commander. Oh, I know, which is why you're not watching this show on my channel, and I haven't seen you on my channel since I created it. So, yeah, I know you don't care what I think there, Commander, but it's all good because we have other fans that do.
This just in to the Total Football Talk Desk. Apparently now this show is NFC Beast number 2. It is no longer Total Football Talk. It is NFC Beast number 2. We now return you to your regular scheduled programming already in progress. Oh, Lord. Cool McCain says, after this game, their theme going to be Real American. Really? Not I am a real American. Oh, Lord. Okay, fine. Who do you have in this game? Since you're crapping on both the fan bases of the Eagles and Cowboys, who do you have?
I'm going with the Cowboys this weekend. I never thought that I would be saying it to that direction. It's not because of the heated argument between Cool McCain and he just can't accept that loss in the Super Bowl last year. But when it comes to this situation right here, you know, if it wasn't for the way they lost to the 49ers this past week, I would be picking the Eagles. As if anybody else has watched any other show that we've done throughout the past 13 episodes, I've actually been throwing praise on the Eagles throughout our show. I've been, I haven't been clowning them like Cool McCain comes up here on Comey Media's channel and clowns me to my channel without having the audacity to jump on my channel's comments and say it on my channel. But when it comes to that right there, since you want to throw shade on me, I'll throw shade right back. And I got more ammunition in the chambers and have made people cry. And we'll do it again if I'm put in that position again. So do not push the envelope. But when it comes to this situation right here, you're going to suffer your second straight loss in a week. It's going to happen. You're going to lose to the Cowboys. You're not going to be undefeated in the division anymore. And if it doesn't happen, if it goes the other way, if the Eagles win, I'm still going to sleep great at night because I already know my team's not making the playoffs. I don't have to get ramped up and get upset about it because they've already got 9 losses. Okay. So for my team, I've accepted that and I understand that. It's a growing year. But for your team right here, where the hype has been up on the Eagles all year long, they let you down this past week. It got chilly on you, and Snowman can celebrate that victory over you this past weekend. But BS3 and many others, Victor Locke, those of you who are watching right now, they are Cowboys fans. You can get excited because you're going to be celebrating a victory over the Eagles as long as 2 things happen. 2 things have to happen. Okay. 1, Dak has to continue to protect the ball and not turn the ball over. And 2, they have to establish the run. And they have to establish the run of that Eagles defense. And it's tough to do that. But I think that the Cowboys have just as good of a shot as the 49ers had this past week. And we'll definitely see how things pan out.
Oh, Lord have mercy. And Cole was saying, I was responding to, we going back to Super Bowl. Neither is Party Mayo. Oh, Lord. And he says, it does. We beat the AFT already. Of course, talking about the Cowboys. You 2 of them, Kami. He says, wait a minute. I link on your channel sometimes.
I haven't seen Cool McCain in the comments of my channel since the time he subscribed to the channel months ago. So,
and then, of course,
and I pay attention to that. Who runs that channel? I do. Okay? So I pay attention to it. So if you want to call me out, I'm going to call you out right now. And yes, we have 2 of those losses, and we deserve those 2 losses because our team is full of dumpster Pelicans. How many other people are going to sit up here and talk about their team as the number 2 dumpster Pelican right there, stepping on that Food Lion bag to the left? Their left foot is
the
on.
program was going to be plotted. This was going to go down the rails like this. I knew it. I knew it. It was going off the rails. Oh.
It's the 14th episode. We completely went off the rails. Thank you, Cool McCain. Thank you for igniting this off the rails type of fire that is going to inspire Cole to hopefully create some type of moving transition of off the rails again in inspiration to his other one.
I didn't think I was going to have to do it, but I guess I'm going to have to now. Lord have mercy. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside. Yeah.
Mick told Cool to slow down.
Slow your roll and stay your lane. Wow, Mick. Wow, that's cold. Lord. Lord. That's terrible. Lord, let me reel this back. Goodness gracious. This show turned into the NFC East gripe session. Why? Oh my gosh. Yeah,
I'll tell you why.
Acknowledge me.
And yes, unfortunately, I think the Eagles are going to take it on the chin too. And I'm not rooting for it. I could really care less about either team. I'm rooting for a tie, but I know that's not going to happen. The reason why I root for a tie is I want every NFC East team to suffer ties, but I know that won't happen. But I don't think the Eagles have licked their wounds yet, and I think Jalen Hurts is more hurt than he lets on, and I think that's going to play a part as well. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, light him up, Cool. Why don't you go ahead and light him up? You want to light me up? And he's not even a fan of the NFC East team. And you're going to sit up here, you're going to throw shade and, like Charmander fireballs from Pokemon at me or something. And I don't see you pretty quiet in those comments now. What are you saying? I really need to. See, he's talking about clowning the commies. No shade at you whatsoever. And you,
there's really no need to clown them. Oh, Lord.
And even Mick, thank you, Mick, says, and Cool, Eagles will lose to the Cowboys. And he's not even a Cowboys fan.
And yeah,
You're
and
not
I'm
a
not
Cowboys fan, and neither am I.
Yeah, I'm not saying it because I hate the Eagles, because I don't. I'm not saying it because I love the Cowboys. I most certainly don't. I just personally, I think that Hurts is a little more hurt than he's let on, and I think that's going to play a very huge part in it. And we need to see more we need to see more Swift. More Swift. I need to see more in the running game from the Eagles, starting with DeAndre Swift. I don't see enough of him, and I think that's a problem.
And before we move to the next one, I want to clarify one thing. I do not hate the Eagles, even though clearly Cool hates the Commanders, okay? I do not hate the Eagles. I hate the Cowboys, which is why it's hard for me to even sit here on our show and throw all this hype for the Cowboys. I don't have any dislike for the Eagles. I have dislike for ignorant Eagles fans, not saying that Cool is one of them. We're just having fun back and forth, throwing shade. This is fun for me, okay? I'm not getting upset whatsoever. I get upset with Cowboys fans because they're most of the time. Now, you got some cool ones out there like Victor Locke and BS3, and there's probably another handful I can tolerate, okay? So when it comes to that's how I feel about it. But Eagles fans, I get along with them a little bit better than other fans of other teams within the division, like the Cowboys and the Giants. But no, I'm just speaking of this purely on the body language. Like, I was already talking to Kyle Nash 9 minutes into the game. We were only 9 minutes into the game. Things hadn't completely fallen off the rails with the 49ers and Eagles, and I was already telling him congratulations on the win. He was telling me to shut the blank up and all sorts of other things because he thought I was going to jinx the game. But I was already telling him 9 minutes into the game that you were going to win because of the body language I could tell with Jalen Hurts. I could even see it in the look on Jason Kelsey's face because they keep zooming up on him and Travis Kelce in the games because of all the hype with their podcast and with the movie and Taylor Swift and all that stuff. So when it comes to that, they keep zooming in. And when I saw the disgruntled looks on their face, it's the first quarter. I told Kyle Nash, I said, looking at this right here, based on their demeanor, they're not winning this game. You got to win. He kept telling me, shut up, Drew, like you're going to jinx the game. I'm just saying, from seeing the Eagles twice a year for now 36 years of my life on this earth, I can tell you this is going to happen. And even though I stopped talking about it for the rest of the game, let it play out, and kept watching that and the other games on Red Zone, we saw what happened. They lost the game. The 49ers won, and that's where it is. And if they cannot find a way to shift the balance, do a 180 and get it back to where they were before this past week, they're going to lose their second straight week and lose 2 games in a row. And thank you, Cool McCain. I appreciate that.
I know. Goodness gracious. Now we have a kumbaya moment between a Commanders fan and Eagles fan. Okay.
The best Dutchy to the left.
Now, here's what's probably going to make Cool even angrier, or I should say, pettier.
Uh-oh.
Should the Eagles lose the Cowboys for the moment, the Cowboys would hold the tiebreaker over the Eagles simply because they would have more division wins. Now, now more than likely the 49ers are going to beat the Seahawks. So if all 3 of those teams are 10-3, the 49ers are going to win the number 1 seed, of course, due to the butt whooping they took in Santa Clara. But if the Cowboys win this game, they will take over as first place in the NFC East. Now that may change. Who knows? But there's a lot riding on the game this Sunday. Wow. One of the discussions I think we'll ever put on.
And I don't want that to happen. I personally want the Eagles to win. I don't want this to happen and see the Cowboys on the top of the division, because then then can you imagine the amount of comments we're going to hear verbally, text, there's going to be some people who used to have long hair and talk with noise, probably return to the air and talk with even more noise. There's going to be even more things go on based on the Cowboys being in first place of the division that we could even fathom. So no, luckily, like you said, opinions don't win games, but and that's what he said right there. No one likes us and we don't care, which is part of your commercial. And I love it when Cole says that. But when it comes to this point right here, you definitely need to run. You need to do a better job of running, because when your quarterback's leading in the rushing statistics, it's not looking good. Swift got beat up in this past game right here. And if he gets beat up like that in this upcoming game, that's just looking at how the Cowboys play defense. That's why I'm making these predictions the way that I am. And they're still doing what they're doing without Trayvon Diggs. Okay. The game's not a given. Yes, absolutely cool. The game is not a given. And it's not going to be, even if you do lose, it's going to be close. It's going to be like a field goal, like 3 to 6 points is going to be the
I doubt it's going to be a blowout. Yeah. I doubt it's going to be a blowout.
It's going to be a decisive game by like 3 or 6 points. I mean, of course, mostly all division games for the most part, except for whenever the Commanders play this year. They're usually pretty close. I mean, there have been some close Commanders games that won in Philly as well. But when it comes to this division, it's always been kind of neck and neck with these games. And I wouldn't expect anything less when playing the Cowboys this week. They're going to get a good show. Both of your teams are going to give a good show.
Yeah.
Cole and I agree when it comes to the fact that when the clock hits 0, the Cowboys are going to find a way to win the way they have been all year. and their losses aren't as bad as the 2 losses that you had, or especially that one you had this past weekend. So, not really trying to throw shade, I'm just throwing facts. And I can accept how much of a poo-poo team my team is, but when it comes to this situation right here, you got to accept that your team is not a bad team, but there are other teams, unfortunately, they're going to find a way to upstage you, and that's going to happen this weekend.
It's like, run the mother-loving ball, Nikki Tight Pants and BJ. Of course, that's alluding to the head coach and Eagles. And like I said, this is the reason why I picked the Cowboys. It is not because of any rooting interest. It's just simply I just want the Eagles to run the ball more, and they just don't want to run. They just don't want to run the ball, and I don't understand it. And it should not be that Jalen Hurts is your leading ball carrier. And that's the issue that I have with them. And yes, believe me, if anything, I really want the Eagles to win, because if not, we'll be seeing this all next week long.
And the Eagles only had 18 carries in this past game that were spread between 5 different people. 5 different people between 2 quarterbacks and 3 running backs, okay? So you had Marcus Mariota that had 2 attempts for 6 yards, and Jalen Hurts led the team with 7 carries on 20 yards, which we talked about earlier, getting only 2.9 yards per carry. So Boston Scott 1 carry, 2 yards, Kenneth Gainwell 2 carries, 5 yards, and DeAndre Swift 6 carries for 13 yards. When I put all that into retrospect and think about all that, that's not going to get you any type of victories. I mean, we talked about Zeke earlier. The Patriots lost 6-0, and he had 17 carries for 52 yards. So when Ezekiel Elliott has a better game than you, okay, thinking about that, it's pretty rough. And Ezekiel Elliott had 1 less carry than all 5 of your rushers in this past game in the 49ers. 17 carries, 52 yards. Your running backs, all of them, between Jalen Hurts and Marcus Mariota, the 2 quarterbacks, and the 3 running backs between DeAndre Swift, Kenneth Gainwell, and Boston Scott, combined for 18 carries. 18 carries, Cole Johnson, for 47 yards. So, yes, you do need to establish the run, and you need to establish it quick. And if you haven't established it by this next weekend, you're not going to. Facing a Cowboys defense to the caliber that they've been playing this year without Trayvon Diggs, and he's part of the secondary, you still got to deal with up front, and they're going to sustain, they're going to hold that running game of yours to even similar to what the 49ers did this past week, if not worse, because the 49ers and the Cowboys have very similar defenses now with what the 49ers did to make the moves around the trade deadline and what they've been building over the past couple of years. So you cannot take this Cowboys team lightly. I know we like to because it's we them boys and we hate them, okay? Yeah. But you have to go into this game with the right mindset. You take them lightly, and they're going to embarrass you.
Believe me, I really want the Eagles to win this game, because if not, we'll be hearing this all next week.
Hey, ain't nobody calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, are you still involved? Hey, calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, am I still involved? Y'all use
now you know
check
pictures been gone since 2000.
I'm still involved. Oh, shut up, my boy. Still involved. Them boys, I'm still them boys. I'm still. Delete.
When did we add that? I love it.
Delete!
And it's changed the trajectory of my whole week. Okay. We have delete on here. I love it. But while that video was playing, I was trying to figure out a way to do the dance, whatever he's doing. Like, I'm like, yeah, I loved it. But no, with this, can we please move on?
That's what I'm saying. I
gotta go to work in a little bit.
I know, I do too, but it was like, all right, this play argument is great, but I'm like, I was thinking,
delete.
Oh, that just made my day.
Next, the chopping block and snowflake of the week. This is Total Football Talk. Join Ryan McCarthy.
I became a Jets fan because Kurt the Frog was my favorite Muppet because he was green, and the Jets wore green. That's how I became a Jets fan.
And Dustin Henry.
ESPN is cashing all in on let's pay a few personalities and we'll just kind of fill in the gaps.
As they walk you through all of the world of sports from their perspective.
The Albany Empire, it's a literal circus.
No credentials required. Where, Ryan, say the tag.
Where you don't need a press pass to talk sports.
Every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. On YouTube and where you can find all podcasts. This is a BS3 Network presentation.
I want to do a TED Talk, but I don't have anything to talk about yet. I'm getting there.
Life is for the living. We're not here that long.
You can learn anything you want to learn without any money spent.
What do I really enjoy? What do I really want out of life?
I am your host, WIZE.
Are you in a life holding pattern? Well, this is for you. Welcome to the Stuck in My Mind podcast. Live every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 4 p.m. Central. Football, and more football, you say? Well, tune in to Total Football Talk. Join your hosts, Drew Willingham.
You were playing like a dumpster Pelican quarterback.
And Cole Johnson.
It sets up a possible play action. Did you hear that, Dak Prescott?
As they take you through all the paces, both on the field and in the boardroom, of Total Football Talk. Every Tuesday at
9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central.
Exclusively on the Sertoba Media and the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel.
And we are back on Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson, and look, thank you, Cole. I appreciate you. And Cool coming up with great comments too. He says, look, talking about the Cowboys and the reason why they should actually be the way they are or what they should be against the Eagles. He says that's why Penny should be active. I agree.
Facts.
I agree. He says they actually lost by more to San Francisco, which I have a funny anecdote to bring to you, Cool.
Wasn't it like week 2 or something? What, early in the year?
No, week 5. But
wow.
I have a funny anecdote. Actually, I presented in front of Snowman, and it is hilarious because some Cowboys fan actually thought, well, Cowboys don't lose games by this margin. Dummy, you lost with the same team by a larger margin, but I digress. Because Cool says that game plan was trash. Which, Lord, that's another element from another show. I almost had to bring it here too. Lord have mercy. Okay. Oh, Lord. Part of your discussion with Cool, I almost wanted to put it here. I'm glad I had it because it's hilarious. I don't think I've laughed that much in a minute. But on to some things that we have to put on the chopping block. The Steelers starting quarterback, I should say, Kenny Pickett. Unfortunately, he now is expected to be sidelined for a couple of weeks with a right ankle injury after he suffered it Sunday in the debacle against the Cardinals. With Pickett sidelined, backup QB Mitch Trubisky, you may know of him formerly of the Bills and then formerly of the Bears. He is expected to start this Thursday against the Patriots. Now, Mike Tomlin, of course, the head coach of the team, he had this to say about the current quarterback situation. Quote, "We'll roll with Mitch if Kenny can't play." Close quote. Now, my question to you, sir, is how bad will the Steelers offense be set back with Kenny Pickett's injury?
They can't be much worse with or without him, because both quarterbacks equally play great.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, to the no.
Yeah, if I actually meant what I said before the Bishop Bullwinkle clip, I would expect you to do this.
Delete!
Some of you are probably like, what is going on up in here? What I can tell you is that it can't get much worse for the Steelers. It really cannot get much worse for the Steelers, because I just wish Kenny Pickett would be out forever. He would not come back.
Oh, my God.
Go to the XFL, go to the CFL, so we can talk about you in a different light when we shift to that season of this show and talk about you somewhere else. Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, you act like if you guys make the playoffs, you're going to actually make some noise. No, it says more on the coaching of Mike Tomlin if the Pittsburgh Steelers make it to the playoffs again this year and can finish above 500, because the man has been one great coach since he came since the Pittsburgh Steelers. For him to pull off what he did last year,
yes,
with an aging Big Ben and to be able to get to and to be able to finish the way that he did, kudos to him. I've been throwing a lot of kudos to Mike Tomlin, for many years. I'm not happy that they got my guy from the commies, and that being Cole Holcomb, because I wanted him to stay, and he's been making impacts on that Pittsburgh Steelers defense. But the reason why the Steelers are where they are right now with this record of 7-5 is that defense. That defense has been reestablished to the type of defense of what we saw out of them, 18, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So in the type of Steelers defense that we've been privy to. So I don't think that Kenny Pickett's injury is going to set the offense back as much as they've already been set back with him being in the starting lineup. So putting that into perspective between him, Mitch Trubisky, you got to make some definite moves when it comes to that offense this offseason. And I think part of them is going to have to be establishing who's going to be the full-time quarterback going forward. And it's not going to be one of those two. So that's why I don't think that Kenny Pickett's injury is going to really set back the offense that much. They're going to be about the same.
Oh, man. Now, for some reason, I'm hearing in my mind, I have to admit it's getting better. It's getting better all the time. And I'm hearing John just perking up loudly. It can't get no worse. That's just all I'm hearing.
I love the Beatles. Good call there. They're Cole. Very good. I picked a good one with old Billy earlier, and you picked a great one now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm a huge Bill Withers fan too, so thank you for that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're right. It definitely can't get worse because it's bad enough.
Hey, who's giving them the business?
Now, what I think might be as well a situation that can't get much worse is the Saints QB situation. That now falls squarely on the shoulders, or maybe the head, of Derek Carr as he left the game in the 33-28 loss to the Lions Sunday in the fourth quarter and didn't return because he's been placed on concussion protocol. Now, he also left with shoulder and back injuries as well. Now, this is the third time that Carr has left the game this season with an injury. He sprained his AC joint in the throwing shoulder in week 3 against the Packers, and was put in concussion protocol as well against the Vikings back in week 10. Carr also aggravated the same shoulder in that same game and left in a cart after initially walking to the sideline on his own. Now, my question to you, sir, is, has the Derek Carr experiment in New Orleans been a success or a failure?
Oh, it's been a failure. It has been a major failure. Essentially, Derek Carr's deal that he has in place with his contract is a 2-year deal with an option to extend it to 4. The Saints can get out of Carr's contract in 2025 during the offseason of 2025, should he continue to play this poorly, though it would cost him. The Saints have a pinned contract restructure of Carr's deal in 2024, so during this offseason, they may attempt to restructure it. But him knowing at this point in the career, after this stop, he's most likely done as a starting quarterback. For him, business-wise, he may decide to not restructure that deal. And may keep the Saints hostage to where they have no choice but to keep him through next season. And then during that offseason in 2025, then they can make some moves and bring in another quarterback. This, that, and the third, see if they can change things up. But I think that they're kind of handicapped Derek Carr through next season. And even if they do get rid of him, it's going to cost them too much to where even if they do find somebody else to bring in, they're going to be crippled either way, whether it's their cap space or their actual person in place for that position, whether it's Derek Carr or crippled through the contract and having to bring somebody in at a cheaper rate. Either way, they're screwed. This was not a good move to make. During the offseason last year, thought it was good. We thought it was good that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to the Raiders and Derek Carr was going to the Saints. Thought it could change it up for both of them. Change of scenery would be good for both of them because they had some fairly decent pieces around them. And now at this point in the year, we're seeing where, now that Josh McDummy is out of the Raiders and they made some moves there. It's been a while since I said McDummy. Well, there you get it twice. When it comes to that situation, him being gone, Derek Carr being gone from the Raiders and the moves, it's working out pretty good for them over there. They're on the up and up. When it comes to the Saints, it seems like they're only on the up and up when Derek Carr's out of the game. So we'll see how things go and if things improve. He's doing okay, but he's getting paid more to be better than okay.
Correct. They paid him to be a difference maker and to be the reason why the Saints actually would be NFC South champs. It's not working out. Oh, and Mick says, I'm putting the Washington team on the chop block.
Mick, where have you been since like week 3? I've been saying this all year long. What? I've not been saying they're going to the Super Bowl or making a playoff run. I did say that early on that there were some ways they were playing and Sam Howell that I could see it in the future. But even when you go back and watch, you can see that I wasn't saying they weren't going to make noise until another 2 to 3 years from now. So if you are thinking anything else than that,
stop it. Get some help.
I rest my case.
I do remember you saying that here and on the Command Gridiron Report. Yeah. Cool's loving it. He says, look, I'm dying over here laughing out loud. Oh gosh. Yeah, you got to. And the fact that the Saints actually do better, but waiting in the wings is Jameis Winston. I'm thinking the Saints brass is saying
delete.
Poor Saints.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
The Jets went from Aaron Rodgers to Zach Wilson to Tim Boyle. Could Trevor Siemian be next? Facing a multiple choice question with no right answer. The head coach of the team, Robert Saleh, is waiting for weighing yet another quarterback change in the aftermath of yet another performance that was dumpster pelican. No, that was bowling shoe up. No, no, it simply was. Let me see. How can I describe it? Yeah, it was bad. It was dumpster fire bad with their 13-8 loss to the Falcons at home. Now, if Salah returns to Simeon, who is replacing ineffective Boyle early in that quarter, the fourth quarter, it will mark the first time since 1989 that the Jets has started 4 different quarterbacks in the same season. That instability is one of the main reasons the offense, which has failed to score a touchdown for the third time in the past 5 games, has sunk to an historically inept level. My question to you about that is, let me see if I can phrase this correctly. When are the Jets going to just simply throw the white flag this season?
I think they inadvertently waved the white flag when they signed Trevor Siemian over Joe Flacco. Because, look at the success that Joe Flacco's had. Given it's been quite some time, it's been like a decade since we've seen him have that success with the Ravens. Getting that Super Bowl, getting the Super Bowl MVP. You picked Trevor Siemian, the heir apparent, the failing heir apparent, the failing heir apparent to the one Peyton Manning in Denver. Okay. He had the opportunity there in Denver, didn't live up to it. Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. No, you're right. No, you had to. But he had to. He had the opportunity to do it in Denver. Joe Flacco had the opportunity to do it too, even though it was many years removed after Peyton Manning and the team was not the same. But literally, Trevor Siemian had the opportunity to literally step into a team that just won the Super Bowl. Not saying he was going to win the Super Bowl, but could have decent success. And look how bad he looked that year.
Yeah, he looked atrocious and abysmal.
Like, I put him along the lines of Curtis Painter taking over for Peyton Manning for the freaking Indianapolis Colts, and even he did worse than Trevor Siemian. So
that's true.
Thinking about that, that's how they got. That's how they tanked for luck. Stuck for luck year when they had Curtis Painter, and they're all Kurt Painter, CP.
Yeah.
Now,
2011 year, yeah.
Thinking about that. Now, would Joe Flacco have been able to come in here and do what he did similarly in this past week for the Cleveland Browns? I don't think so, because the two teams are different, where the Browns have a really stellar defense and an okay offensive line, but much better, way much better than what the Jets have. I think that the Jets kind of waved the flag when they brought in Trevor Siemian, knowing that, one, he was cheaper. He wasn't as good as Joe Flacco, but he was cheaper, because it really doesn't matter who you put back there at quarterback for the 2023 season. Either way, they're going to get banged up, which is why it's not smart for Aaron Rodgers to come in here and finish the last 2 to 3 games of this season, no matter where they're at. Even if they win next week and they get to where they're still in the hunt, they would still have to win out the remaining games that he's in, and he would need to be like Superman and glide around that backfield, because you will be running away from those defenders because your offensive line just can't keep them back. So either way, you're screwed.
Situation. Running away. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I was singing some Maze when you were saying running away. Running. My bad. My bad. Mick basically saying, well, he could actually say about the Saints, the Jets, and the Steelers. It's a show. Cool. He says, Drew, now that y'all have real ownership, y'all will rebuild around Sam Howell. Of course, he's talking about the Commanders. And he's asking about the Jets. Is it 30 for 30 time? It might be.
Instead of saying what Mick said, can we call it a Hottie Show? Instead of Hottie Ho, it's Hottie Show.
Oh my gosh.
My energy is brought to you by Celsius. I'm going to try to get them as a sponsor.
Please do, because it's working.
I love this drink. It's like, it's not even an energy drink. It's literally just pumps you full of vitamins. Wakes me up. So I have like one a day, and it, I did the reading on it. There's not people that die from heart attacks on it. So I should be good.
Well, that's a great ringing endorsement. Okay.
Pump yourself full of vitamins. Let's go.
Man, this part of this Chopping Block segment has been more exciting than the Steelers, Jets, and Saints seasons combined. So I appreciate you for that. Goodness gracious.
Not a problem, but I think I almost had a cholesterol attack just hearing that. Like that in itself was pretty bad for those teams.
100. This seasons have been that bad. Oh gosh.
Total Football Talk.
Yes, I know Christmas is about 3 weeks away, but no, we're not dealing out Christmas gifts. We're dealing out snowflakes. And who is Drew's Snowflake of the Week? Well, he's about to tell you right about now.
Hey, this could be February, March, April, when we're talking XFL or other football, and I will still rock that. It's like my favorite. Well, I wouldn't say my favorite part of the show, but it's like in my top 3 of the show. Hearing that jingle and getting ready to throw the fire when it comes to this pick right here. So, who do I have as my Snowflake of the Week? Oh, I threw some mother-fathering shade on this dude earlier, and I'm about to throw even more shade on him now.
What?
You got 14 carries for 18 yards. What? 14 carries for 18 yards.
What?
I got to calm down because I may have another stroke if I get that upset again. When it comes to this situation right here, 14 carries for 18 yards, averaging 1.3 yards per carry. My Snowflake of the Week is number 30 in your heart and in your program for the Chargers, that being Austin Ekeler. Austin mother, father, and Ekeler playing for the Chargers team that we have been throwing some shade on. No hype for this season as they are 5-7, winning that hard-fought game, a 2 field goals scored to win 6-0 on the Patriots. And your highlight for your running game was 14 carries for 18 yards by Austin mother-fathering Ekeler. 14 carries, 18 yards, Austin Ekeler. Now, there are many other players in this league that had some bad games this past week. Some had like 4 carries for -5 yards. And oh, hey, guess what? It happened to be on the same team as the Chargers. And guess who that was? Justin Herbert, 4 carries for -5 yards. But I can't throw the shade on him, Cole Johnson, because he's primarily known as a quarterback. His job is not to run the ball.
Correct.
So if you're getting sacked a lot or whatever, run to the line of scrimmage, you're getting hit, you're going to add to your total of 4 carries from -5 yards. So for that, I can't put that there. But when you're getting paid millions and millions of dollars to run the ball straight up the middle, to the left, to the right, in between, you get 14 carries for 18 yards, averaging 1.3 yards per carry, and your name is Austin Ekeler. You are my Snowflake of the Week.
Oh my gosh. I know I won't top you. I'm not even going to try. Goodness gracious. But yes, a running back being paid to carry the ball 14 times for 18 yards. Yes, that's not good. But then again, in that 6-0 dumpster fire of a game, I can understand. Goodness gracious. You know, I would award it to a Bill, but you all did the right thing and actually decided to be on the bye this week. So no Bill can I award this to. Although I could come close and say Von Miller, but no, I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to award this one to a 49er. Yeah, and you say, wait a minute, Cole, you awarded the dog to a 49er. Yes, I did. But I'm going to award a snowflake to one too, because Dre Greenlaw, come on down. Now, you know much better than to be caught up in emotion and get your team messed up. Now, after you decided to play WWE with Devontae Smith, which I didn't have too much of an issue about that. I'm like, okay. And yes, you did get called for a personal foul penalty there, but I'm like, okay, it may be considered excessive, but I'm like, it's a defender and it's a linebacker. More than likely, you're going to treat running backs, but more than likely wide receivers as if you're trash. And so, fine, I can understand that. But when you decide to, oh Lord, when you decide to make matters worse, and then you want to act as though you are the big bully, and you hurt your team by drawing another 15-yard penalty, and you make a bigger celebrity out of a cult guy in Philly. And I'm going to get his name in a minute. I just can't think of it at the moment. When you feel the need to want to push up against one Dom DeSandro and want to point at an eagle and you hit his face, you should have known then that you were being a fool, but you did not. Because you were on the episode of the latest episode of When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong. Yeah, I got that you was in your feels and you wanted to show that you tough and all that, but you cannot, as a veteran of the team, put your squad in a position to where you gift wrapped a touchdown. And that's what you did. You gift wrapped a touchdown to an Eagles team that needed all the momentum they could get. And that was the only way they could have gotten back in the game. Now, you're very fortunate, though, that your offense was so blazing hot that it basically just simply said, no, don't worry, Dre. Go to the locker room. We got you. And then summarily, you had a long touchdown run after catch, I should say, of Deebo Samuel after a big-time first down run by Christian McCaffrey. So it looks small in the scheme of things, but in a larger scale, if you would have pulled this crap in a playoff game where every little thing matters, you would have been focused. You would have been put on the billboard as an absolute clown. Come on, Drake. You know better than that, man. Don't do that again, bro. Don't cost your team. But you're lucky it didn't this time. It just might the next time. Just don't let it be one.
The 2-minute drill is next. This is Total Football Talk. Hey, Eagles fan. Join my man Cool McCain and a host of others as they break down every single game, every single week in an objective manner, and also from a fan's perspective as well. Remember, this cast feels just like you. Nobody likes you. And you don't care. Fly, Eagles, fly. Eagles Elite Podcast. Every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and other podcast outlets. Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. You want your commanders to be repped right? Well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Monday at 3:05 p.m. Eastern, 2:05 p.m. Central. Exclusively on the Sertoba Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers? Right side. Commanders. Where my soldiers? Left side.
Join the transporter to Hades.
Your butt and gut becomes one.
Join the reformer of hooker whores.
This is my daughter, Placenta Booty Johnson.
Join the bronze god.
Whenever you are in distress, take off your baseball cap and throw it in the air.
Join your very own superhero of broadcasting, Chris Bass.
So whatever color crown they get, they palm it and do 2 circles, and that translates to, I can be the black people.
As he takes you through the week's paces in Baseline. Live every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central, No, Pacific time zone people, just stay asleep when this is on live and just catch the recording. Oh, I'm sorry. Exclusively on the Chris Bass YouTube channel.
And down the stretch we come on Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I am Cole Johnson. I really have enjoyed this. I really have. This has been a welcomed addition to my day. I totally appreciate that.
This show is better than Folders, bro. And especially since we moved it to the morning. I mean, I thought that it was going to be a little bit of a rough start for me because I normally work like the mid to late shift. And then we're doing this like, 8 a.m. your time, 9 a.m. Eastern time, my time. And it actually, like, Tuesday is like my best work day. Like, I actually go to work. I'm happy. Like, I'm excited. The other days I'm like, oh man, I just want to get this week over with, give back some time off. But Tuesday, I actually go to work. I'm chipper, man. Like, I'm excited because I got to spend, a few hours of my morning that most people normally don't have this type of schedule. Like with what you do, working from home, you do like some podcast work, then you go back to work a little bit. You have a balance there where you get to do both. There's not many people like in my shoes that do a 3-hour podcast or 3+ hour podcast, then drive 45 minutes to work 10 hours and drive 45 minutes home. But I can tell you that out of all the days that I do that, I don't have to worry about Tuesday because it sets the tone for me. So as much as I appreciate you for working with the time to make this show still happen to where we do it on Tuesday mornings, it's like a morale boost for me. So, and they tell you that within the first 7 to 10 episodes of a show, you got something special. I feel like I can't speak for you, but I knew after the first episode we had something special, and it continues each and every week to where, I have my own projects I do on the side. This is my favorite though. And I speak hands down, hands up. This is my favorite show right here. And I look forward to it. And this is why I said during the break, like this part of the show, I get sad because it's almost over. We still have some more time left. But I get sad internally because now I really got to bring the hype because I got to wait 6 more days to do it again.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Good afternoon to you, my mentality brother Wise. And he says, look, his favorite day is Friday. The reason being, we actually record mentality on Fridays. And it's funny you said that before we get to 2-minute drill. After we wrapped the first recording of mentality, and I've said this to Wise, he had this 8-year-old on Christmas morning smile on his face. It's like, oh man, I want to do this again. He was so hyped. So to hear you say that makes me feel really good. I'm glad that you felt after episode 1, this is a show worth doing. And I felt that way too. And yeah, and I of course I felt that way about mentality as well. Now because, and I'll say similar with Wise, because I'm so into the logistics of things, and I want to make sure all I's are dotted and all T's are crossed. I'm like, okay, well, I want to make sure this is all great. I don't know if this will be great, but you all have the vantage point of, well, hey, I'm just sitting here just watching how this all flows. It took me probably to episode 3 to say, okay, I think this is really good, to where I'm not thinking about, well, if we add this or if we subtract this, or is it enough time? Do we need to expand? Do we need to constrict? Just getting out of the minutia of the planning of it all. But it makes me feel good that now I can actually say, for a second show, someone has said, after episode 1, I know this is special. So thank you, sir.
Oh, you're welcome, man. Like you said, like, I mean, it really did take us that first month to balance everything out because, was it going to be a 1 hour show? Was it going to be a 2 hour show? Well, after we got to that point, and then we ran to 3 hours at one time to where it didn't feel like it was 3 hours.
Didn't feel like 3 hours.
Then,
right.
then the planning part on your end got to where, well, how do I plan this for 3 hours? Will this work within our schedules? And then we had to shift some things up when my schedule changed towards, close to the middle of the year, or the middle of the season. And I, again, I appreciate you a lot for making that happen to where we could still keep it going. But when we both realize, just like with what you have with mentality, that we have something very special here. Like you guys have a very special show there, and especially with Wise nominating people for moron category. I lost it when I was watching that yesterday. But there's a huge difference between all of your shows. Each and every show that you do is different from the other one. You have a sports show that you do with someone else, like a snowman, but it's not what you do here.
Right.
It's completely different. Like
right.
Energy wise, the overall scope of it, everything's different. Now, there's not many shows, even that one, because I've done that with him and you before, where you can sit here and just talk. Time goes by and you feel it when you stand up. But up here, there's no other show, even shows that I produce, where I can sit here, the time flies by and it feels like we were there for 20 minutes. Like as far as the conversationalist part. And I think that our viewers, even though we still have a lot more time to go and those numbers will grow in time, I think the viewers are realizing that too, because it's hard to get somebody's attention for 3 minutes, let alone 3 hours. We got people like Cool, Mickey, if he would have got out of bed early enough, other people that, I'm just having fun, Mick, but other people that would be here and listen to us for these hours means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to you.
It means a lot to me, yeah.
And that's the motivating force to where when the alarm's going off early in the morning at a time to where I normally wouldn't get up because of my work schedule, I get excited about it because I know that those people are going to be excited about it, which is why we're here.
That makes me feel really good. Oh, and Cool, I hope this makes you feel good, Drew. He says, Drew, I'm going to leave one petty comment from now on when I catch a part of any of your shows.
Hey, participation is there, and I will do the same for you there, Cool McCain. Now, I can't always guarantee that it'll be when you're live, because when you guys are live, especially when it's Tuesday through Saturday, I'm at work from 4 p.m. to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So I have to catch stuff after it's live most of the time, but you will see a comment in those comments at some point.
Cool says, look, you guys have a good balance. Drew is wild at times and brings it down when needed. And he says, Cole, I feel left out. Well, you have a vehicle where I would love to be on, where I think we can do it. It's just when you do it, it's how can I put this? I think I can do it this way. I can't do it justice unless I do it this way. See, when you record all of your wonderful shows, because he has a great wrestling show, Monsters of Wrestling, I would love to be a part of it, but unfortunately, though, I can't be thinking about wrestling or football or anything mentality. It's about the hunt. It's about my baby. So I have to sit back and relax and take care of home. You know what I'm saying?
I love how you shifted to Deshaun Watson with that. Cole Johnson just moved into Deshaun Watson, but how he is at home. I love it. That was great. Like I was feeling the storytelling of Cole sitting on the couch with this woman, with his wife, just sitting there. And I was also imagining Deshaun Watson with the towel in his hand at the same time. Yes. So
mission accomplished.
Cole
mission accomplished.
Crushed it. Yes. But
mission accomplished.
He's playing some other type of wrestling. Now, when it comes to the type of actual show you were talking about before, I'd love to have a wrestling show. Well, I mean, I have one. I just have to bring it back.
Yeah, you do have one. I'm about to say.
But I love to do something like that with like Wise El Jefe. And something like if he's still watching, it's something I've learned in the past before.
Oh,
I mean, hey, I can tone down the disrespectfulness for you.
Oh, you two have a great wrestling show.
But you know, that's something that maybe for the new year we can work out, because between that and I'm also behind the scenes, I'll be announcing in the next week or two when In or Out Sports Debate will be coming back. Excuse me, it'll be on Monday nights, but I haven't quite announced the actual date yet. But we'll get back to that pretty soon.
Yeah, Wise says he's still there, and he still thinks your miss is disrespectful. And yeah, definitely, bro. We do have to figure out time to record because you know it's long overdue to the two of us be on the mic too. Cool. And not just for 1 hour on Snowman show. No disrespect to Snowman, obviously, but yeah, you and I doing the show, that'd be cool, bro. No question.
Yeah, and Cole and Cool, you'll definitely be one of the first ones I reach out to when I bring back In or Out too, because we got to get back up on there too. Just got to figure it out, man. Like between Cole's schedule, another thing he didn't really throw out there between the misses and the times. I mean, work. I mean, besides,
I know work for you, yeah,
it worked for me. I mean, you too. I mean, you got stuff going on too. You got other projects. There's still two other projects that I'm still waiting to see get off the ground. So
yeah, same here.
I as much as I would love to see you two doing something together, the projects that you threw out that you were going to do as of weeks ago, I want to see those first, because those, I really like when people have a project that is like 100% theirs, and they can throw it, like Wise has with Stuck in My Mind podcast. I have with In or Out. And you have mentality with Wise, you have this with me, you have Snowman in the Morning with Snowman, and you, of course, you have Cole Sports,
right?
But I want to see those other two come into fruition. That's my encouragement for you.
I need that
football.
Now we get to the best of the rest with the 2-minute drill, and hopefully we'll get some good games here. Hopefully we won't have too many dumpster fire or dumpster Pelican games, but we're guaranteed not to see two of those teams. That will be the Commanders and the Cardinals. Arizona and Washington will not be playing in week 14, and this will be the last of the bye weeks. So the last of the bye weeks, and the final two teams to go on bye will be these two. So that means 30 other teams will be battling out and vying for a win. And we start with, good gosh.
Well, first, I've never been so excited this entire season to not watch the Commanders play. Okay. I waited 13 weeks for this to happen. And that song, I'm so excited and I just can't hide it, is in my head right now, because we don't have to watch them or the dumpster Pelican Cardinals play this week. So great football. That's what I had to interject with.
Oh, Lord. So we start this Thursday. Oh, good Lord. The Patriots go to Acrisure and play the Steelers. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. Well, we got to start with this game. Thursday night, 8:15 to kick. Goodness gracious. The Steelers are favored by a field goal or 2 field goals. Who do you have, sir?
They're playing in Pittsburgh. And the crowd will get behind them. The Patriots are on a 5-game losing streak right now, so you can't really go into this expecting them to upset the Steelers, if it would be an upset, because, besides Mike Tomlin coaching them to the record that they are 7-5, if any other coach was the coach of this Pittsburgh Steelers team, they wouldn't be above 500 right now, based on how they've played overall. So based on Mike Tomlin's coaching and what he's done for the team, based on the fact the Patriots are on a 5-game losing streak, I think the Steelers win this with a trash quarterback of Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah. I really don't see the Patriots doing anything. I really don't. I think, I actually believe the Steelers are just rolling And you can start any quarterback, doesn't matter. It could be Zone Jones, it could be Zappy, it doesn't matter. The team's going to perform horribly. Sunday, 1 p.m. kick. The Falcons come back home. They host the Buccaneers. They are favored by 2.5. Who do you have in this game, sir?
Man Campbell and the Lions will decimate the Bears. The Bears will fall to 4-9, and the Detroit Lions will improve to 10-3. You still with us?
No.
You still with me?
Okay.
I can hear you.
All right. So, Lions over the Bears. Cool. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Hold on.
The internet's probably giving you some fits right now. Yep, the internet's giving Cole some fits. While Cole figures that part out with the internet parts, I mean, hey, it's this time of day. The internet can throw us some shade. It might not have liked my reaction to what I was about to say. Now, when you look at this game, when you look at the fact that you got the Detroit Lions who are 9-3 going against the Bears who are 4-8. The Bears, whether they win or lose this game, will not be affected because of the draft stock they have coming into next year. So, with that being said, that's why I had to step it up in there and talk about how I feel like the Man Campbell-led Lions will get it done this weekend. I stole that from Kyle Nash. Kyle Nash been saying it, and I told him that I was going to take it, and he said it was okay. So, and he uses Dumpster Pelicans sometimes. So, hey, it's like a trade-off. I use Man Campbell, you use Dumpster Pelicans. Everything's cool.
Man Campbell. Okay. Well, I have to remember that. All right. So, yes, the Lions who are favored by 3.5. I think they will take care of business. Hopefully, it will not be a last-minute victory like it was when they played in Detroit. All right. So, you got the Bengals hosting the Colts. The Bengals at 6-6. The Colts 7-5. Of course, this might be a playoff elimination game. It's a 1 p.m. kick from Paycor Stadium. Sorry. The Colts are favored by 2.5. You have whom, sir?
The battle of the backups continue.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in this game right here, I feel like my man Uncle Rinko is going to step up to the plate yet again and lead the Colts to another victory. The Colts are going to walk out of this game with an 8-5 record. The Bengals will be 6-7 at that point. They'll still be close, but they will fall one game under 500. I may be wrong. I may be right. We'll see this weekend.
So you're going with the Colts. Okay.
I have to. I had to believe in Uncle Rico. You have to believe in UR. If you don't, then I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I want to say the Bengals because I got the fan hand on, but okay, fine. The Colts are a better team, I think, at the moment, especially where it matters most at QB. Minshew's the better backup than Browning, and I love Browning, but Minshew's the better backup.
Now, if Browning plays the way he did this past weekend, it will go the other way around.
Yes, all bets off. He plays like he did yesterday, no question. See, the Saints hosting the Panthers. We picked the Saints. The Jets. The Jets hosting the Texans. The Jets are 4-8. The Texans 75. Of course, the kicker with the Saints and the Panthers is the same as the Jets and the Texans. The kick is at 1 in the Meadowlands. The Texans are favored. Let me see. They are favored by 2 field goals. Who do you have in this game, sir?
I just randomly thought about the fact of back in World War II, when the Cardinals and the Pittsburgh Steelers had to form together to become Card Pitt. What if we were in a similar situation and the Jets and the Texans had to form together? Would we call them the Jexons? With that being said, no matter if they're the Texans, no matter if they are the Jets or the Jexons combined.
Delete! 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 Delete!
The Jexons! What do you think about that? I think that this situation right here is make or break for the Jets. It really is. If you lose this game, the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes for 2023 is officially over. And there's a good chance you could lose this game because you're playing the Houston Jet. Oh, my bad, the Texans. So just because I said it so many times, I almost went back to it. But the Houston Texans are 7-5 coming in this game. The New York Jets, the Jets are 4-8 right here. So if the Jets lose, they will officially finish the year at some point under 500 if they lose one more time. And this is a chance to where they could do that against the Texans. However, I feel like in this game, there's going to be an upset. The Jets are going to win this game. They're going to be 5-8. The Texans, I wouldn't say they'll be humbled, but they're going to face a defense that is definitely going to uphold that offense. And CJ Stroud may have under 250 yards for the game again. And we'll see. And he'll have a good test. I could be wrong. I could be right. I think I may be wrong, but I'm going to go with this pick for this week as my upset for the week.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't be mad at you for that, actually. I'm picking the Texans, but I think this game's going to be really ugly. And I think it's going to basically be like how it was, how the game we saw Sunday with the Jets and the Falcons. It's going to be probably that ugly.
Like a 13-8 final score.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Something similar. But as far as your Jexons is concerned, Jexons?
Yeah!
And for those who don't get that reference, that of course is a Jetsons reference. Another Sunday 1 p.m. kick. The Ravens at 9-3 back off their bye and now smiling because now they're the number 2 seed in the AFC. They now are hosting the Rams, who come into town 6-6. The Ravens are a touchdown fave. Who you have, sir?
If the Rams can dial into what they did in the fourth quarter in this past week's game against the defense that they played against, being the Browns defense, they have a good chance and a really good chance of winning this game. Okay. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that the Ravens are going to show up like they have been for the majority of the year. They're going to finish this game 10-3. The Rams will fall back under the 500 at 6-7, and that'll be the way this game ends.
I agree. I don't see the Rams really having much of a shot in this game. If they can try to get their running game going, yes. But the Ravens have the propensity, especially at home, to make an offense be one-dimensional and make them look ugly while doing so. So I say the Ravens get this one as well. Sunday, 4:05 p.m. kick. The Raiders, they host the Vikings. I think both teams were on byes. The Raiders at 5-7, hosted the Vikings at 6-6. The Raiders are 2.5-point underdogs at home. Who do you have, sir?
The way that the Raiders have been playing ever since getting rid of, and I have to say it one more time for the show, Josh McDummy, they've been playing very, very well overall. Even, in their previous 2 losses, losing to the Dolphins and the Chiefs, it was respectively close. Looking at that, they did have a bye week this past week. The Vikings, especially, at this point in the season, we thought that they would be completely out of it once they lost Kirk Cousins for the year. Now, looking at the Vikings, they are on a 2-game losing skid. They lost to the Bears in that divisional game on the 27th of November by 2 points, and they lost to the Broncos by 1. Okay.
Right.
Before that, they beat the Saints, they beat the Falcons, and they beat the Packers, and they beat the 49ers and the Bears the first time in 5 straight games. So I think this bye week will help them overall if they decide to stick with Josh Dobbs, because Josh Dobbs did throw 4 interceptions in that previous game against the Bears. They are not the same team without Kirk Cousins, but they have a good chance. I feel like he's going to learn from those 4 interceptions that he threw in that game. I feel like it's going to be close. I feel like Antonio Pierce deserves to be the head coach at the end of this year for the Raiders, but I think that they're going to get the loss in this one. The Vikings will stay in the hunt for the playoffs. They will improve to 7-6. The Raiders will fall to 5-8. It would be nice to see it go the other way around and have the Raiders be one step closer to 500. but I feel like they're going to fall to 5-8 after this game. And I think I might have lost Cole. There he still is. He's moving around. Can he hear me?
I love your Josh McDummy.
Well, he started coming in with the Josh McDummy comment. With that, we'll let Cole get resituated for a second as his internet over there in his part of the U.S. is definitely giving him some hiccups. Hey, it's happened with me. And for those of you out there who are watching, who are podcasts, you know it's happened with you at some point. Okay. Now I have to at least give a shout out for me, for my friend here. If there's enough length in this to show you. This right here is called an Ethernet cable. I love it. It is my best friend. If you have the opportunity to hardwire yourself into your computer unit of choice, it'll definitely help you out. As you know, that's basically where I've, changed the progression of how things go with that. And if there's any way you guys can do the same, do yourself a favor, hardwire on in. That could be how it happens. So internet throwing curveballs for Cole. I've been there. All I can say is for those of you out there, if you're a podcaster and you're watching this show, you know exactly the pain that we are feeling because you've been there, I've been there, and Cole has been there today.
Yes. Hardwire for sure. Yes. Okay. Also, 4 or 5 p.m. kick on Sunday. The 49ers at 9-3. They're riding high. They are hosting the 6-6 Seahawks. Of course, they thumped the Seahawks on Thanksgiving in Seattle to the tune of 31-13. The 49ers are favored. I forgot for how much, but I don't think it even matters. Who do you have in this game, sir?
The 49ers are going to win. However, it's not going to be like this past weekend where they won decisively. I think in a situation where the Eagles may have come into that previous game a little bit cocky based on how they've been playing all year and they got humbled a little bit. In this situation, it's going to be roles reversed. 49ers may be a little bit cocky seeing what they did this past weekend, as well as thinking about how they played the Seahawks the first time earlier this year. Now, Mick, I know you're saying Seahawks because you're a homer and you love the Seahawks. You're going to pick them every single time regardless. But when I think about this situation right here, Seahawks will be put in a position to win this game, I believe. However, the 49ers will find a way to win before the end of the game, but it's going to be their cockiness based on what happened last week and the last time they played the Seahawks is going to fill their head up a little bit too much, and it's almost going to cost them, but they will find a way to beat the Seahawks before the game ends. I have the 49ers in this one, just not decisively. Cole experiencing connectivity issue again, I guess. There he is. And for that, we will go back to solo screen for a second. But yes, I see you, Mick. I see you in the comments picking the Seahawks. And I'll bring it up on you right now and throw some shade to my friend Mick, Big Teddy Bear 1100. When it comes to this situation right here, and you picking the Seahawks. And now, let me ask you something. You answer this in the comments there, Mick. By how much? By how much are you picking the Seahawks to win this mother-fathering game by? You think they're going to win by 3 points, 2 points, 1 point, 27 points? What is your prediction on this Tuesday, now afternoon, as it's almost 1 o'clock there, Mick? What do you think? How about how much? Is it going to be decisively? Is it not going to be decisively? Are they going to end up losing? Have I convinced you that the Seahawks are going to lose? Stuck in My Mind podcast, Wise El Jefe says they win by 3.5. How do you score a half a point in the NFL? You tell me. When it comes to this right here, Mick by 30 points. Holy. What? You think that they're going to beat the 49ers by 30 points? What? Well, if that's the case, when it comes to next Tuesday's Total Football Talk, I guess I won't be able to do this.
You can't handle the truth.
30 points.
That's terrible.
Whoo! 30 points. I don't know, Mick. I don't think that's going to be possible.
Hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Hell no, to the no.
Cole, while you were getting situated, I had a Q&A with the chat. And Wise El Jefe thinks that the Seahawks are going to beat the 49ers by 3.5 points, which I don't know how you get a half a point in the NFL. But Mick, because he's so much of a homer, says that the Seahawks are going to beat the 49ers by 30 points. Mick, you made my man take a nap. Cole.
Delete!
No. And it's not even hate toward the Seahawks. They looked horrible at home against the 49ers. I don't know if they can bring that to Santa Clara. Now, they may bring a chip on their shoulder, but nah. Nah.
Hey, you can take it like take it like an individual all you want to, but you're sitting up here saying 30 points. If they lose to the 49ers, you're going to have to take a lot more than what you think you will coming up on here talking about 30-point victory and they end up losing. Now, I think, like I said earlier, Seahawks will definitely lose this game, but it's going to be a close game here because one is division. And two, I think the 49ers' heads are going to be a little bit too big based off what happened last week and the last time they played the Seahawks. But that's my argument.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, the 49ers has this game. Goodness gracious. Seahawks by 30. The Chargers and the Broncos. This will be in SoFi. The Chargers will be the de facto home team, but they'll probably have 50,000 rooting for the Broncos. Oh, did I say that out loud? This basically will be a playoff elimination game, let alone a divisional elimination game. 425 is the kick on Sunday. I think the Chargers are favored by 3.5, I think. Who do you have in this game, sir?
If you would have asked me 3 or 4 weeks ago if I believe this game should be on Sunday night, I would tell you no. But based on everything you just threw out there with introducing this game, I would have to say that I believe that it does deserve to be on there at this point in the season. I have the Broncos winning this game and moving to 7-6 based on to how they started the season to how they've been able to climb back up into it at this point, being at 500 after playing 12 games. Never would have thought this would have been possible after watching the first month of the season for them. The Chargers have been, having an up and down year to where I feel like it's been more impactful than what the Broncos have gone through because the Broncos were much worse last year. They seemed like they were on track for that the first month of this year, and then Sean Payton has proven why he is the coach that he is and has gotten this team to 6-6. So when it comes to this situation right here and the fact that the Chargers running back just had 14 carries for 18 yards and was my snowflake of the week, I have to go with the Broncos in this game because you definitely know that the Chargers running game is not going to win this game for them. And you got a quarterback in Justin Herbert who's rushing 4 carries for -5 yards and can't even throw a touchdown to save his life in the last game. So for all that thrown together, I have to say, I think that Russell Wilson's 3 interceptions that he threw and still only lost by less than a touchdown has you in a better position to win against this Chargers team than what we saw out of the Chargers this past weekend and have seen all season. So I'm going with the Broncos. Yep, I've gone with the Broncos, and that's where we're at this point in the season. I think Cole is experiencing some technical difficulties. Once again, hopefully he can get all reset and get back in the groove as, right here we are with this take right here. I mean, look at this Denver Broncos team. They have played like some serious dumpster Pelicans for a year and a half until this past back half of the season where they've turned some things around. I mean, after that first month and how they were looking absolutely terrible in that first month as a, an extension of last season, I would not have thought that at this point, coming into the 14th episode of this show, that we would be talking about the fact that the Broncos and the Chargers are battling for a playoff spot. I would not have guessed it. Been absolutely rough. And Ike will be crying like a little baby. Well, Ike is a Giants fan there, Mick, as he has said several times throughout comments, and I've seen it on In or Out Sports Debate and other shows that I do for Chatoba. When Ike does show up, he is a Giants fan like Wise El Jefe. The two of them would get along great, and I think they have at certain points. I'll have to go back and check the episodes that Wise El Jefe has been on. Between him and Ike being Giants fans, I know that in that situation, they will agree when it comes to that. So, yes, and this, going back to the overall pick, I have the Broncos over the Chargers based on the Dumpster Pelican running game and passing game so far of the Chargers.
I agree. I'm not liking the running game of the Chargers. I like even less the head coach of that team. I am blanking on the name. Of course, I'm not blanking on the name. I know who it is. Yeah, it's Ailey. I refuse to put this in Ailey. Brandon Ailey. Dumb fool.
And Brandon drinking too much Ailey.
No. Goodness gracious. Dude just is ruining careers. Now we have not just one, but two Monday night football games. Both of them actually have a kick at 8:15. I'm sorry, I'm thinking Central. 8:15. All times we do are Eastern. Both kicks are 8:15 on Monday night. The first one is South Beach style. 9-3 Dolphins, who are 14-point favorites. They are hosting the Tennessee Titans at 4-8. Forget it. The Giant. If either of us say the Titans, you all think that we are actually lost our minds. The Giants at 4-8. They're hosting the Packers at 6-6. Again, kick is at 8:15 Monday night. The Packers are favored by 2 field goals. Who do you have in this game, sir?
Well, I will go backtrack to say that if anybody watches the previous game you were talking about over this game, they got to be a severe Miami Dolphins fan and just like to watch like Madden-like scoring.
True.
When it comes to this game right here, this is definitely going to probably be closer than the other game as far as the as far as the score goes.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants, besides those 2 wins, they have a Washington. They've been playing like dumpster Pelicans all year. Yes, they are 4-8, but they will fall to the 4-9 record of the Commies record after this game, as the Green Bay Packers will elevate themselves to a 7-6 record. They showed that they have the potential to have an over 500 record based on how they played in this past week. Definitely liked what I saw out of Jordan Love and with what this team is doing overall, especially offensively, from what Matt LaFleur is calling on as far as his play calling. You got to be excited if you're a fan of the Packers, and especially to watch this game right here. This game will be more viewed than the previous game we talked about, and it'll be more exciting overall. Even the third string quarterback that lives at home with his mommy eating ricotta and getting his laundry taken care of by her, especially making the bed for him too, with a pillow mint on top. All of that stuff will be taken care of for that man, Tony DeVito, as he's still not good enough to call him by his name, Tommy DeVito. Going with Tony, going with that team for the loss, as the Packers will take this one.
Yes, the Packers are going to win it. I don't have faith in the Giants at all. Not this year. Oh my gosh. That concludes 2 minutes ago. Goodness.
Total football talk.
As long as it's one.
Oh Lord, Tommy, don't call me Tony DeVito. All right. A post game, of course. This is where we have our final thoughts, so we get all our thoughts in what we believe is what it is during the week. So, your final thoughts for week 13, Drew, are what, sir?
The Commanders' season is over.
Oh wow!
Like many other teams. I mean, it's been over for for weeks now. But, firing Jack Del Rio didn't really do you any good. Team still sucks. The defense still sucks. Ron Rivera, having the opportunity to prove that he is still at least worthy enough to be a defensive coordinator, prove that he sucks when it comes to the 2023 season and how things are going for this Commanders team. There's several different things I could go about this. I definitely could shift back to throwing shade on the Chargers and their running game for 14 carries for 18 yards. I've said it like 5 times in this show because I still am baffled that you pay the man as much money as he's making to have 14 carries and only have 18 yards. But overall, if I look outside the team that I'm a fan of and look at all of the teams in the NFL and how things were going in this past week, saw some exciting football, saw some overtime games, especially last night. The battle of the backups nowadays is a lot more interesting than what it would have been 20 years ago. Because usually if it was a game like this where we had battle of the backups, we would be expecting like a scrub-like game throughout start to finish. And for us to have, I believe they said it was a record for 2023 where the game was tied 5 different times last night to see the tie shift. Having a game that closely competitive and going back and forth keeps your eyes glued to the TV to where, I was out in the garage last night. I had on one TV, the big TV, I had football. On the other TV, I had WWE Raw because I am a wrestling fan. So I had to have both on there. And there's been multiple weeks, multiple Mondays where I'll have it on, like I just said, the same setup, but I'll actually have the sound on the other TV and not listen to. I actually had the other way around last night. I had the captions on WWE Raw, but I wanted to listen to what was said during the broadcast because of the way the game was going back and forth. And some of those facts, like the lead changing 5 different times, 5 different ties, and changed that, I wouldn't have heard that part necessarily. And because of how late the game was and how early our show was today, I wasn't going to necessarily get up and do the research that I did for all the other games that played up until last night, if you know what I'm saying. So this week in the NFL was definitely a good week overall. There was some shifty games. Like, of course, we talk about the Chargers. Of course, I still can't get over Cole saying Ezekiel Elliott had a great game. 17 carries, 52 yards when he led in with that Patriots 6-0 loss. But hey, in Cole's defense, he was basically saying that was the only highlight from the Patriots for that game. So for that, I'm not throwing shade at him, but wanted to throw an extra layer to what he was saying for that. Besides the great football and having fun, with Cole and the chat today, again, I look forward to this day every single week. And just like Wise was saying that Friday is his favorite day to do mentality, and this is my favorite day to do my podcast work. It's not what we're doing, it's who we're doing it with. And that's why Wise has fun on Fridays. And I have a blast today on Tuesdays, and how it really is a blessing to jumpstart my work week with this and set a good energy for this. So as much as our lives will live on and let us do this thing, I look forward to each and every week doing this with my man, Cole Johnson. And, thank you again. Thank you to those of you out there who are watching on Comey Media, who are watching on Sertoba Media, and helping us both build our brands to what we would like to achieve the goals to be for one day. We've been rocking the old school shirt with the old school logo today at Sertoba Media. Nice. Found it in the closet. Been a while since I've seen it, so I was like, I'm going to dig it out just for today's show. But as always, honor, joy, and privilege to be here with my man, Cole Johnson, and I'm already looking forward to next week.
Well, thank you, Drew. And the feeling is 100% mutual. I'm so glad that I do share the stage with you. Love having a fellow professional and a guy who just enjoys rocking the mic. I love it. I love it. Love you. I think back since Drew talked about his team, I guess I'll talk about mine. If I would think back to April and when we drafted CJ Stroud and Will Anderson Jr., if I were to have heard people say, well, the Texans will be in the playoff hunt come December, You actually will have the same record as the number 5 seed in the AFC. I would laugh at your face if you told me that back in April. But here we are, 7+ months later, and that's exactly where we are. And I've learned that I've turned a corner to with my team, and actually saying that in a 22-17 victory over another of, yeah, it's good they got the W, but man, that really was not the greatest of games. I've turned the corner, because now I would celebrate if they were to even have a victory of any sort, no matter how ugly the game was. But now I'm expecting greater from them. And I love the fact that I can say that with a rookie head coach in his rookie season as a head coach too, in D'Amico Ryans, and a rookie quarterback in CJ Stroud. I'm seeing that this team is in great hands with those two. I just simply pray, and I do mean pray, that the Texans brass stay out of the business on the field, because it is going right for the first time ever. Yes, I know I know the Texans have been in playoffs. I know they've won divisional championships, but literally, this is the first time ever in the 22-year history of the program of the franchise. This is the best that they have done on the field in terms of expectation, in terms of leadership, and in terms of expectation. They are exceeding all of it. And I'm happy to be a Texas fan, because I can look at D'Amico and I can look at CJ and I can say, finally, this team is in great hands. Now, will they make the playoffs? I think they will. But you know what? I'm not going to be disappointed. I'm not going to be really disappointed if they miss. I'm not. Simply because I didn't expect it to get this far. But am I a happy Texas fan? Yes. Have they renewed my faith in the team? You bet. And that is really what makes a fan. Having faith in what your organization does. My partner and my brother, he's going through it now with the ownership change. And I would be happy because of that ownership group led by Josh Harris. I'd be ecstatic having that group led by him, and you have Magic Johnson on it, who he's about winning no matter what level it is, no matter what sport it is. That hope, that sense of hope that gives a fan the ability to say there's a brighter tomorrow. Well, I can actually say that for my Texans, that brighter tomorrow might actually be today. And I'm happy that is the case. And I'm also happy to expect more out of this team already than what they're probably going to produce when they get further on in their careers. But yes, hope is the order of the day. And man, although the Commander season is over, and I have felt that sting, because the last 3 years, that's exactly how I felt long before December came. For the Texans, it is a brand new day. And thank the Lord, finally, I can actually be proud to say that I'm a Texas fan. Thankfully. I haven't been able to say that since the very first game they played, which was a 19-10 victory over the Cowboys. Stick it, Cowboys fan.
As long as it's one. Oh, it's great. I love it. I hope it actually has recording. Listening to it.
All right. Go ahead.
So, with what you just said. Oh, no, you took it down. It's not there anymore. I was going to play it. I don't see it. Where'd it go?
What took what down?
We the boys.
Oh no.
All right, let me follow it up first with this. So when you said the Texans beating the 19-10 and to stick it, I was saying, well, that week this was not being played.
Ain't nobody calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, are you still involved?
You have that victory right there. And I can at least say it is time to see the Texans go to the promised land and bring home a championship at some point. I've already been alive and seen 2 of their past 3 Super Bowls. Okay. So, and I would preferably not want to see the Commanders go to the Super Bowl until they actually change the name to something respectable, one that we know that they're going to keep for quite some time. Because, 10 years from now, they are not going to be the Washington Commanders.
I don't think they are either.
I don't even want to see them in the playoffs or making a run until they figure that out, until they figure out the pieces around them. You have gone through your tales of woe for now 20 years to get to this point. Did have some decent seasons with old Matt Schaub and stuff in there for a little bit. And Deshaun Watson, you had some up and down times, but you had to get to that point to get to here. You drafted the quarterback of the future. This may not be the year. You may need a few more pieces, but the Texans are on the right track. They will get to a Super Bowl and win one before the Washington Commanders or whatever the blank their name is. And I'm going to make that prediction now, and I'll be happy for you when that happens. The Commanders don't deserve to go that far until they, 1, change the name, 2, change the foundation around them. But the Texans have already done that. They got the coach. They got the quarterback. They need a few more pieces, but overall, they don't need as much as the Commanders or other teams in the league. It'll be nice to see what the Texans can do over the next 3 to 5 years. It's not going to happen this year, but at some point in the next 3 to 5 years, if everybody stays healthy and everybody continues to stay bought into D'Amico Ryan's game planning, you will see a Super Bowl appearance. Maybe not a win, but a Super Bowl appearance in the next 3 to 5 years. So you can book that.
Well, your lips, God's ears. I love it. I hope that happens. Of course, yes, they got a lot of things to tighten up. They got to be more disciplined on the field. So there's no question about that. And I 100% agree with you. It definitely is not going to happen this year. A lot of things could fall their way to where they might actually have a run. They might have one of those unbelievable Cinderella runs. I'm not even thinking that's going to happen, but it might happen. But I highly doubt they will go all the way to the Super Bowl because there's too many good teams in AFC this year where too many talented teams, too many disciplined teams on the top of the AFC chart that could just say, yeah, Texas, you may be the future. You're not now. But with your Commanders, man, I'm happy, though, you got a chance to have the biggest change you needed, which was the ownership.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of Daniel Snyder the moment he signed the docket to be the owner of the team. and this was long before all the stuff that you know a whole lot more of than I do. I know a few things, but I don't know a lot about him than you. This is long before his ridiculous meddling in getting over the hill free agents and having a Bruce Allen where basically he has a guy who can allow a John Gruden to mess up things in terms of homophobic and racist things being exchanged.
And for that, he was
delete. And again, that's surface level. He did that. I do know a little bit about. I don't know a whole lot about. That's just, but the stuff I mentioned is surface level. That to me gives me hope for you. The fact that you got a chance to now have new ownership, and one of the principal owners is Magic Johnson, who I haven't seen him do a bad business decision yet. And I mean in sports and out of sports, because I really do love the fact that there's going to be a change, and you actually might see a name change. I don't think it's going to be Commanders in the next 5 years either.
He has made one bad decision, and he's even owned up to it. So I'm not even throwing shade on him. I'm just speaking fact.
Shoot.
And I'm not doing this in a derogatory way, a condescending way, or anything to be petty or anything. But we can't sit here and act like Magic Johnson has been perfect at all of his moves in his life. Whether it's inside, when you made this happen when you said in and out of sports, because had he not been the player that he was back in the 70s and 80s, I'm not talking about the competitive player on the court, I'm talking about outside of the game, he wouldn't have contracted what he did, and he wouldn't be battling that for over 30 years now. If he didn't have the money that he has, he'd be dead now.
Well, or let me put it this way: business decisions. Now, personally, I would say, yeah, not all your decisions have been great.
You're the only reason why I said what I just said there is because you said on and off the court, and I'm like thinking,
I meant business. I meant business.
I know, but it's like when I'm thinking about, we can't make him, can't put him up here and put him as
Oh,
Mr. Clean, the almighty be all. Like,
no. I'm not going to say that Magic Johnson's a choir boy, and I never said that. I never will say that. No, I meant business only. On the field, off the field, he has made stellar decisions.
A strong person that he has in his corner is his wife, because without her, without Cookie, he wouldn't be where he's at today.
He wouldn't be the man he is.
Somebody needs to throw her flowers. She stuck by the man after everything, and he wouldn't have been able to be this successful in the business aspect if it wasn't for her.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I have to throw as much credit as I can for that situation right there. So thank you, Cookie, for doing what you did to get us to help get the Washington Commanders fan base and that organization a heavy hitter. Even though he's a minority owner, he is a heavy hitter minority over, and probably one of the heaviest hitting minority owners that we will see in the sport of football and maybe in all sports.
I agree. Because like you said, I think his influence is huge. Even though, of course, Josh Harris is the main principal owner, Magic's influence is huge. And I think it's going to be a positive in the weeks, the months, and the years to come. And hopefully you will see a return on your investment sooner rather than later. Well, I mean, we could talk more about both our teams and what we hope for in our future. And of course, we'll probably talk more about it as we go along the rest of this year. But we thank you for liking, and thank you for sharing, and thank you for subscribing, and thank you for hitting the notification bell, and thank you for the comments in the chat. The Total Football Talk family, both here in the live stream and on the PSF app. We appreciate you all. Thank you so much. And don't forget to hit that notification bell so you can catch all content that comes from the Saratoga Media family or from the Comey Media family, because we're all one family, basically. And we enjoy all of you. For my man D. Willie, Drew Willingham, I am Cole Johnson, here to say, imparting as we always do, in life, just like a tackle, keep your head up. And always remember
to stay safe out here in these streets.
And to play into the whistle blows. Remember, if you want to catch Drew on social media, you can catch on Sotoba _ media on Instagram, Sotoba _ media on X, and at Sotoba Media on TikTok. And if you want to catch me on social media, it is flowcode.com /page/host Cole Johnson. That's flowcode.com /page/host Cole Johnson. Good Lord.
My bad. You said it last week, so I was trying to get my own thunder in there for my own statement.
I'm glad you did, because that's funny. You just got to play to the whistle blows. And yes, stay safe out there on these streets. Goodness gracious. See you next week.
You ain't got to go home, but you got to get on up out of here. Thank you, as always, for tuning in. Comey Media, Saratoga Media, and for sticking around through that awesome outro that Cole Johnson threw. Again, as always, stay safe out here in these streets.